Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, Warband, and welcome to the 31st Red Pill Cult meeting. Get your robe, sacrifice your goat, and pray for Canada because this is a very special episode, the 2025 Canadian federal election. Are we going to get Trudeau 2.0? Let's find out. But first, let's get on our top political commentator for Canada. Let's bring on producer Tim. Hey, hey Tim, welcome. Make sure you're coming. Nice. Yeah, let's make sure that you're coming through as well. Yeah, let me know in the chat if you can hear him, guys. It's been a while since I did a stream, so I've got all my settings all wonky. Hey, well, I'll let chat catch up for the moment, but okay, I can't hear him at all. Okay, I gotta figure out how to reroute you. Say something real quick. Let me see where you're coming through. Huh. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, but I think for bugger sickish. Hold on, let me just set some things here. Maybe I'll be able to figure it out.
Well, I'd say we got 15 minutes before we actually got to go, but...
Yeah. No. I think this will fix it right here. There, now try saying something.
All right, something...
All right, that'll probably do it. Said
okay, well, I can hear myself, but... Oh, no, now I can't.
Good.
Oh, I am echoing.
Okay, all right, yeah, no, it's coming through. We'll see if that fixes up the echo. I just had to fill some stuff around in my virtual box. But yes, welcome.
Welcome to the Canadian election. Welcome to the night before apocalypse.
Ah, yes. The question is, are we going to step on the gas and go down 4 more years, or are we going to ease off the gas? I don't trust the Conservatives to hit the brakes, but, they might go the speed limit as they're driving off the cliff.
So I can see, I have to watch your stream to see what you're showing the audience, but I see that you have the 338 Canada modeling up on your screen right now. Sure, everyone is... Sure, everyone is wondering exactly what we're looking at here. No, that's not the results. That is the advanced polling. So that's the predicted results. Now, everyone was like, oh, Carney's going to win this. Yeah, Carney's been leading since that election has been called. The problem, though, is when the real results, the poll that matters is the one that happens today. And when the real results don't line up with what's being shown on that map, that's when you start getting an interesting night going. So if you want to go straight into the analysis or do some kind of intro, let me know. But I'm ready to go here.
Yeah, well, I'm just making sure that we've got the audio situation sorted. I think.
I don't think it is.
No.
No, I am definitely echoing big time.
Damn. Okay, how do I fix this?
On the stream.
Maybe if I turn off.
Shit, if I was doing like screamo lyrics, it'd actually sound pretty good.
Now. There. Yeah, if I just mute the desktop audio, I've got us both coming through the microphone input. That'll do it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So
Canadian. Shut up, Chaz.
Take care of it. Oh, shit. Are you saying something now?
Yeah. It sounds good to me now.
There we go. Again, a little more audio settings, but there. Now we've got it.
Okay. Now, my room's got a bit of an echo, so I'm going to see if I can fix that. Just open the door here.
Oh, yeah, put up that like noise canceling foam and whatnot.
Well, I just moved into this new place, but let's see if that helps just a bit. I'm going to use the Discord echo cancellation, see if that helps.
Yeah. So, well, I'll give a little bit. Admittedly, I have not followed too terribly closely, but for the non-Canadians in the chat, give a bit of a primer and you can correct me on anything. So, We've had Trudeau for like the past 12 or so years, and just this year, after a whole bunch of dragging their feet, the government finally held a vote of non-confidence in the Liberal Party leadership. Now, unlike America, we don't have a president that is representative of a party, but technically independent of them. No. Instead, we just elect a party, and the party selects whoever the leader is. So, yeah, so they decided, Trudeau is out, but that didn't count as a vote for the Liberals out, so instead we got Prime Minister backup, Mark Carney. And so that's who's been leading us for a bit. And so we called an election, which is coming today, and that is to determine who the new party for the federal election is. And
yeah, that's a pretty good explanation. For the American audience, I like to compare it to like the Speaker of the House.
Yes,
if you turf the Speaker of the House, it doesn't mean that you lose the majority in the House. You just have to choose a new Speaker.
Yeah,
so that's what the Liberal Party did. However, because we also have this weird thing where like the Queen can just like fire our entire House, like our entire Congress equivalent. That's what Mark Carney, when he got chosen as the new leader, he asked the Governor General, who represents the King here in Canada, to dissolve Parliament and call the election, which is why we're having an election now instead of in the October where it normally is held.
Yeah, and the Governor General is kind of our equivalent of the President because they're supposed to represent the Crown, but they really don't.
Yeah, the head of the executive.
Yeah, they don't really do much. At least they just kind of rubber stamp whatever the House wants. So
yeah, it's like if the Speaker ran the country.
Yeah,
I know that scares a lot of Americans, but that's what Canada is.
Yeah, so if you wonder why our political system is so fucked up, like there's your answer. It's because our Speaker of the House runs everything. Again, it's just Europe with extra steps and more snow. I mean, we're a little...
Shut up, Jason.
I mean, we're a little closer to the U.S. Like that's the thing. The worst thing that you can call a Canadian is an American.
Yeah, I guess. We have an entire identity founded on, like, we're not America.
Basically, and that's kind of the problem. Like we're supposed to be close to America, but because we keep getting mistaken for Americans, we've, as a country, developed an aversion to them. So trying to differentiate ourselves from the U.S. is basically our national identity.
Our entire identity is like convincing Americans that we're not American. That's it.
Yeah, it's like, we're like, how do you describe Canadians? Well, they're like Americans, but polite, or with less guns.
Well, speak for yourself. I got plenty of guns.
Yeah, okay, but compared to your American equivalent, you probably have the equivalent of a slingshot.
Yeah, but, okay, so guns are harder to get in America, or in Canada, than America, but, you can't get them.
Oh, yes, you can. It's possible. They're on the shelf at Canadian Tire. Just, there's a lot more paperwork involved.
Yeah. Anyways, That's a pretty good breakdown of how our election system works. We have what's known as strict party discipline. It's something that is a foreign concept to the Americans, but these colors and these parties, those abbreviations you see on the map, those represent the multi-party system that Canada has. And the US has a multi-party system. The other parties don't matter, right? The Green Party and the Libertarian Party. We have a few more. The BQ stands for the Bloc Québécois, which is a regional party based only in Quebec. It doesn't run anywhere else in the country, but because Quebec is the second largest province in Canada, it, doing well there means they do well nationally. The NDP abbreviation stands for the New Democrat Party, and that would be like the Liberal Democrat wing of the progressive left in Canada. Very much like the Squad in Congress, right?
They're the party of AOC. For us instead of like Latino.
And that one Somali chick who married her brother.
Yeah, like instead of basically we got to do it in the turban instead of a crazy-eyed bartender.
Yeah. Now, before the election was called, they were the third largest party in our House of Commons, but after tonight, they're in for a bloodbath. They may get knocked out of official party status, which is 12 seats, which it means a lot for the administrative side of politics, but not a whole lot in terms of, running in an election. So just keep in mind that like 12 is it's a moral number, but it really doesn't mean anything. The magic number you're looking for is 172. If anyone wins 172, they form the majority.
Yeah, so, and this is what quite honestly is blowing my mind, though I guess it shows just how out of touch I am. Or maybe it's the polls that are out of touch, but yeah, they're predicting right now, as you can see on this diagram, a liberal majority, meaning that the people who did so badly that their leader literally got deposed, that party is still projected to win. A majority.
It's all Trump's fault.
Oh, God, that's... Seriously, like right after...
No, our Canadians are that retarded.
I know, that's
just
the
blame
thing.
Trump.
That's what annoys the shit out of me. Because, right after... Okay, so the Canadians the Ontario had a provincial election, basically the equivalent of a state election, right before this election was called. And the Conservatives won a majority of Ontario. And then the first thing that Doug Ford does is come out and immediately start shitting on Trump for the tariff stuff. It's like, holy crap.
Yeah. All right. If you want, so this is the projection that everyone was looking at. If you want to look at the actual results, you'll switch over to the first tab you have there on the left, which is the CTV tab.
Yeah.
So that's a map. The map controls are atrocious, and there might be a live stream that's auto-playing. You might want to kill that so you don't get any kind of looping audio.
I've got desktop audio turned off, so it won't even come through the stream anyway.
Okay, good. Yeah, you have to use those arrows on the map in order it doesn't drag.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah. It's terribly designed, but I do like what it shows. So you can, if you flip between the two tabs, 338 Canada and the actual results from CTV, you can see that there's already a misalignment between what was predicted and what is actually occurring. So look at Newfoundland, which is that island rock on hover your mouse over it.
Yeah.
So the Conservatives are currently winning 3 of the ridings I think there's 6 in total in Newfoundland. If you go back to the prediction, 7. There's 7 in total in Newfoundland.
Yeah, they predicted 7 overall, and we've got what is that?
So they're ahead. They're +3 right now, which means that the polls are a little off.
Yeah. So for reference, Americans in the chat, this is our East Coast, and the East Coast historically overwhelmingly votes Liberal. So for there to be this much conservative success in the East Coast is quite frankly astounding.
Now you can hover over a riding that I want you to focus in on. It's called Central Nova, and it's going to be in Nova Scotia, just below Cape Breton Island. That's in blue.
Right around here.
Yeah, one of those.
Brunswick, Northern?
No, Nova Scotia.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia. Central Nova.
And then Central Nova. There you go. I'm doing this on the YouTube delay too, because I can't see what you're showing the audience through the call, but we'll make it work. Okay. Anyways, so Central Nova is one of those bellwether ridings. You can see how close the race is there between the incumbent and the challenger. The incumbent has a big letter I beside their name, so Sean Fraser would be the incumbent, who's a Liberal. Him losing that seat would be a massive upset compared to the polls. This is the equivalent of the Democrats winning Ohio.
Damn. That's impressive. Like, what I find interesting is, like, the NDP, like, literally that 3.8% is the difference between the Liberals, like, surpassing and losing to the Conservatives.
Well, look at the PPC. They got 0.08. Or, sorry, 0.8. 0.08. I'm thinking my DUI.
Yeah, 0.8%. I mean, like, honestly, I was tempted to vote for the PPC, but it's like, I'm sorry, I can't accept a female representative, guys.
Oh, that's the worst. Okay, so who is the PPC?
The PPC, to the best of my knowledge, they are basically the NDP, but for the right.
Yeah, so they're like a sort of libertarian party with like a kind of social conservative bent to them. Think of like the financial acumen of Rand Paul plus like JD Vance's Christian values, and you get the PPC. Yeah. Is that a good summary? Is that an accurate summary?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, okay, bit of a history with like the PPC. So when they first started coming up was right around when Trudeau was up for his first election. And one of the big things that Trudeau campaigned on was tiered voting. So that would allow us to, instead of just voting for the one party we want, we could give our first, second, third, fourth choice, etc. And that way, smaller parties could actually get more representatives because plenty of people just wouldn't bother voting for these smaller parties because they think, well, I don't want to throw away my vote. I want to try to actually win this. And it was the PPC in Ascension that was Trudeau's justification for scrapping that. Because he said, oh no, we can't allow fringe right-wing parties to gain any power, so we can't have tiered voting anymore. You guys still get weed, though.
Yeah. Well, that actually didn't win him a lot of votes in the long run because the people who were smoking it illegally smoke it legally now. Like, nothing changed after that. The people who don't smoke it definitely don't smoke it. But
yeah, no, I probably didn't change it. Trudeau got Bourmai on the hey, I'm hot, charismatic, and women love me vote. He got the women's vote for being hot.
Oh, did we end up going on Rumble, or did that not go?
No, I think this will copy over to Rumble, but we're not live there. I've got to go through OBS specifically, and I'm still using StreamYards. I've got all my presets.
Oh, no. Okay, well, if you're on Rumble, you'll be watching a news station called either Viva Fry or Rebel News. Rebel is kind of like the Breitbart of Canada. Ezra Levant, however, is very Jewish. And like so Jewish, it like makes you uncomfortable. So do with that info as you will, but yeah, just know that you're supporting Jewish media. He's like the biggest right wing voice, and he's not even big compared to any like newspaper. Like, just think of how bad newspapers are in Canada. And Ezra Levant doesn't even have the same viewership as an average, like, regional newspaper.
How does he do compared to Vice?
Oh, I'm sure he's got a lot less viewership than Vice.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I think even the original, like, Gavin McGuinness Vice would have done better. That's how embarrassing it is. All right. So anyway,
you're saying that I have potential to be the next Rebel News if I actually push it.
Yeah. No, you could. There's room on there. The Western Standard is kind of taken over.
Right wing Canadian is a
Oh.
top right wing Canadian commentator is a fucking VTuber.
Lord knows we need it here, but yeah, Western Standard. Okay, so you were talking about like the history of PPC.
Yeah.
Here's my abbreviated version of the history of the PPC. The leader, Maxime Bernier, who is a French guy, which means you can't trust him. He came in second place in the Conservative leadership to replace Stephen Harper like eons ago. 12 years ago.
That was back in the era of the financial crisis. So to the one like Gen Alpha, this was before you were born.
Sup, Yosh? How you been, man? Yeah, Yosh is one of our regulars in Drex's stuff. Yeah, I've been gone a while. But anyways, what happened was the PPC, Maxime Bernier threw a temper tantrum, and because he lost the leadership, and then started out his own party. And it's been Max Bernier's party ever since. Viva Frei, if you're watching his coverage, he is like another Quebecois, Des Freiheit. He's very pro PPC, like a very, like dick sucking level of, attachment to the PPC. It's kind of uncomfortable. Well, he ran as a candidate for the PPC, so that kind of makes sense that he's so pro Maxime Bernier. But Maxime Bernier is not. They used to call him the Albertan born in Quebec, which I think was the worst marketing gimmick I've ever heard.
Wow, that's how you can get hated both in Alberta and Quebec at the same time.
Yeah. Anyways, so he was buddy-buddy with a provincial MLA named Derek Fildebrandt. Is a name that's very should be well known out here in the West. Derek Fildebrandt, of course, got himself into a bunch of trouble, got himself kicked out of caucus, threw a hissy fit, lost a nomination, split off, started his own party. That party got torn apart by infighting, and now he's like the managing editor and founder of the Western Standard. So media in Canada tends to be like failed politicians. Anyways, that's where I was going with that thread. There's a connection between Western Standard and Max Bernier.
Well, I'm a failed artist, so according to German history, I have a shot.
Oh, Jesus. Well, you know what? If you throw Ezra Levant first, and then we'll talk. Throw him in first. Seriously, that guy rubs me the wrong way, like many, many ways. And he's terrible at hand jobs, or so I'm told. Yeah, his stuff is like, and I mean, if you do not like go full like balls to the wall simping for Israel, he'll fire you immediately.
Yeah, this is why the news has to go indie, because I don't know how true stuff was in Germany necessarily, but I don't know if history rhymes or not. Like history might not repeat, but it does rhyme, and you have some. But both words rhyme with ooze. With use.
So we are a minute away from the closing of all of the eastern provinces polling. Oh, actually, the eastern and western provinces polling. So when the poll stations close is when they can start counting and reporting results. So Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan are all going to close at the same time. And so all like basically 200 and some seats are going to get reported almost instantly. So that's going to happen to start in a minute. If you want to check out another interesting race, it's that teal colored one up on the Gaspé Peninsula. It's called Gaspésie L'Île de L'Île de Madeleine Listage. It's just that teal colored on the map. You can click on it and it will zoom in.
Yeah, right on the dick tip of Quebec.
Yep. So it's going to be a big night if the Bloc Québécois can win this one. You can see, if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the breakdown of the number of polls. Well, Praise Avatar's
pretty significant. So
they're still early, though. It's 50 out of 337 polls. So a poll is basically like a neighborhood within these towns and city centers. If you're a town of less than 10,000 people, you'll have maybe one or two polls assigned to you. But then if you're like a big city, which in Canada is 50,000 people, they will assign like a dozen polls to you. So Gaspé is more of a rural regional area, but there's some sizable towns located within. So that's why it's got 337 polling stations. So they're early in the count, but it's going to be a long night for the Liberals if the Bloc can win that riding, because it was supposed to go Liberal, and that means that the Liberals are underperforming what was expected.
Oh, and that's the thing. And who knows? Like our news, much like American news favoring the Democrats, our news very much favors the Liberals. So
yeah, it's not even close.
So you're definitely going to get a lot of glazing. So compared to what the media wants, the Liberals are going to underperform compared to media expectations and media glazing. Now, whether or not it's successfully, what's the word, discouraged enough Canadians from voting who wouldn't vote Liberal, like, we'll see. Or who knows, maybe the spite vote. Like, who knows? Maybe Trudeau switched over to fuck Carney. We'll see.
Yeah, so I will be, I mean, it's a little early because we don't normally do very comprehensive exit polls like the Americans do. So we're not going to have info like, oh, this level of education went for the Conservatives, or, this gender and age went Liberal. We are mirroring kind of as a broader trend what is happening in America, where like 18-year-old men are going very hard right. Like way even past like where, so Pierre Poilievre is the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada, and he's like right-ish of center, like all conservatives in Canada are. Like the reddest Republican wouldn't even touch the ball hair on terms of how far right they can be compared to Poilievre. So, I mean, when we talk left and right, they're relative terms.
Yeah. We have basically far left and center left.
Yeah. Anyways, young men in the 18 to 25 group are starting to skew pretty hard to the right. And it's mirroring a trend that happened in the US too. And I think it's kind of, talk about like red pill and manosphere, black pill and all them, all of the grifters and frauds and fake artists and scam artists out there. But it is moving the culture just a little bit, or as, political science nerds like to say, the Overton window. To pretend that they use the word Overton window, or the phrase Overton window, to pretend that they're smart, but they don't actually know what the Overton window actually means.
I mean, my understanding that was more so the societal perception.
So the Overton window is the range of 50% of the acceptable scale of left versus right issues. So the Overton window has, in all liberal democracies, skewed to the left for the longest time. Go back to the sexual revolution, Vietnam, into like the war on drugs, the .com, the rise of tech and .com and stuff like that. The Overton window has been moving to the left for a very, very long time. And again, it's the range of the mainstream opinion. So things like abortion got a lot more mainstream between the 70s and today.
Yeah.
Now the Overton window appears to be going back to the right, and it's just a course correction, but it's like a pendulum. It swings left and it swings right. Well, it's been going left for a very long time, which means it's due for a big correction to the right. And you're starting to see that with that 18 to 25 group. These are, in some cases, teenage children of millennial parents, millennials who are among the most leftist group of people, like even more left than boomers.
As a millennial, unfortunately, yes, that's very much the case.
Yeah,
I think a huge part of that is like how much of like my generation went to post-secondary education. Like, you had so much influence of it growing up. Like, I remember in like high school, like the NDP would have won. Like, if my high school like could have controlled the country's votes, then the NDP would have won. So like they were the rising stars of the early 2000s, the NDP.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a fun trivia fact for you. So the leader of the Green Party, Elizabeth May,
Yes.
she had a pretty good scandal a few years back with regards to her being drunk at work, which for a politician, that's based.
So she's our Nancy Pelosi. Cool.
Yes. I was listening to the live stream coverage of the election from our national broadcaster, which is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, or CBC, which skews so far hard to the left. I think sometimes they actually, horseshoe around back to the right, but we'll leave that for another day.
They're so cringe they end up being based.
Yeah, sometimes. Anyways, I learned from watching their live stream that Elizabeth May is having her election watch party at a winery on Vancouver Island. And I'm like, oh man, you can't make this stuff up.
Is she having it outdoors next to some Filipinos?
Oh, yeah, that's a deep cut.
Yeah.
All right, hit the home button on your map there, because you'll see that Quebec is starting to fill in.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. There it looks like the Block's getting some territory.
Yeah, Block needs to run the board, because it's going to hurt the Liberals so much it might actually cost them the election. And right now they're doing pretty good.
As an English Canadian, I hate to say this, but go Frenchies.
Yeah, go Frenchies. We're cheering for the Bloc here. Okay, so the Bloc had 32 seats at dissolution. So they need to at least get that much to hold off the Liberals. They were projected to go down to 23. So any number they get above 23 is stealing from the Liberals. And the goal at the end, the Liberals didn't have a big margin for error. They were only about 6 seats above the majority mark. So they've already coughed 3 up in Atlantic Canada.
Well, personally, I don't think it's enough. Because I don't think it's enough to just have the Liberals get a minority. They have to get such a minority that them plus the NDP does not give them a majority.
Well, considering that the NDP is getting shut out currently, that may be possible.
Yeah, because that's it. Because the Liberals, the NDP, and the Greens are basically 3 corners of the same triangle.
Yeah.
They all will work together. So, if you need the majority to agree on something, say the Liberals get a minority, then they can just make a coalition with the NDP, and then they can push through whatever they want as though they have a majority.
Yeah. So for Chad, who's unfamiliar, the multi-party system means that you can end up with the possibility that no one got 50% of the seats available in Canada. Now, Canada's seats are allocated roughly proportionally. There's roughly 100,000 people per riding. That's why those northern ridings are so massive, because no one lives there. Most people live within 100 miles of the U.S. border. So if you zoom in on Southern Ontario, there's 150 ridings there. Yeah. Northern Ontario has 6.
Yeah, now to be fair, if you've been that far up and experienced the mosquitoes, you understand why people don't live that far north.
It ain't just the mosquitoes,
there's just
man.
Massive chunk of land here that is either frozen mud or just miles upon miles of swampland.
Yeah, the swamp is endearing if you 4x4ing.
Yeah, okay, if you want to be able to confuse a cloud of mosquitoes with smoke on the horizon, then yes, absolutely endearing.
So, anyways, as you zoom in the map, you see those smaller ridings. And then you zoom into the city of Toronto, and there'll be a fucking 50 ridings in the span of your fingernail.
Yeah, you can see you're getting so many border lines. It's just a massive white down there.
Yeah, so you can see Montreal and Toronto from that level, right? Montreal on the top right, and then Toronto as you're zooming in. So, of course, the election is going to be won or lost there. Because our top... See, Congress is controlled roughly by proportional representation, but the president is not. They have the Electoral College. But we don't have a president. We don't have an Electoral College. The winner is going to be whoever runs the board in Toronto and Montreal. It's as if, every U.S. election, they just asked L.A. and New York who they wanted to vote for, and then that person became president.
Which, when you hear that, you understand why we've had so many years of Trudeau.
Yeah, and why we may actually re-elect his party again.
Again.
Oh, I just saw the first NDP come up up in Northwest Ontario.
Oh, yeah, leading right there. So go with this absolutely atrocious system.
So again, as I was saying before, like look at the size of that riding. That is probably what would you say, like 100,000 square kilometers?
Something like that.
Yeah,
just this chunk right here, fucking massive. Like all.
Just hit the home button. Just hit the home button. You'll get
like all that. All this, basically all of Quebec.
So 100,000 people live in that chunk, which spans that's got to be something like 1,500 kilometers or about 900 miles long.
Like, I think you put the top of again, like for American reference, I think if you took the top of that and shoved it in New York, the bottom would be in Florida.
Yeah, you're talking like a full day drive of nonstop.
That would be if you had a straight highway to go through. Like, I don't think there's enough roads. Like, there's not even a fucking infrastructure to make that in a one-day trip.
Yeah. So let's click on that orange there to see what the percentages are there. Oh, they got a second one picked up NDP. Oh. Again, those are they're only leading. So the results are preliminary. They're early. Hey, you want to have a go at pronouncing that word?
It's Kenora Kiwetanung.
Yeah, pretty much. And most Cree words, you just sound them out phonetically and you'll get close enough.
Yeah. Kiwetanung.
Yeah. That would be, of course, because Canada doesn't have a whole lot of African Canadians. Our replacement for that demographic is the First Nations people, or Native Americans, as you might know them as.
Native Americans, First Nations,
heavily. Yeah, heavily Native American.
And we have very similar problems that the U.S. has with their...
Yeah, I've said it 100 times. Natives are the black of Canada.
They very much are. If we were on Rumble, we could give some of the more creative names for them, but we're still on YouTube.
Cut to. Anyways, speaking of not being on Rumble, help us pay for the stream. Is your Streamlabs thing still working? Your donation?
Yeah, the StreamYard's donation should still work.
Streamlab, not StreamYard.
Streamlabs, yeah. I get those mixed up all the time. Yeah, the Streamlabs donation should still work. And where the heck's my PayPal link?
But you didn't put it in your description, so no one sees it.
The Streamlabs one will actually pop up and give you a little text to speech. So.
Oh boy.
Well, they haven't abused it severely. They don't use it much, at all.
But here, I'll throw a W in the chat there. You can wrench me, and that way I can, drop that link in every now and then.
All right. Purchase moderator standard there. There we go. Get a wrench in the chat.
All right. And okay, so yeah, Kenora one poll reported.
Actually no. The Conservatives just took a whole chunk of that.
Yeah, so probably one of the advanced polls got counted. Keep in mind that Eric is the incumbent.
Yeah.
So the Conservatives did have that before. I would hope they hang on to it. I guess it goes without saying that we are cheering for the Conservatives, but I don't know. That's kind of like a...
it's kind of like cheering for the Leafs during the playoffs.
No one knows that reference. No. It's like cheering for whatever team is playing the Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys.
In the NFL. Yeah. That's what it's like. You reluctantly cheer for them, but you just don't want the Cowboys to win. And with that, we lost 14 viewers. All right, let's go check out in Newfoundland again. It's going to be the Terra Nova riding.
Terra Nova, really?
Yep.
Just unimaginative names. All right, so the Liberals are at least holding on to that for now. But the island has apparently gone all blue, aside from this one little.
Well, that would be the city of St. John. But Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, is the race that I really want to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Okay, so wait, Avalon? They seriously. Okay, seriously, I'm learning shit. I did not know that we had a riding that was literally named Avalon.
Oh yeah, I've known that. So that's the Avalon Peninsula, is where the city of St. John is built on.
Okay, yeah, but like, do you know the history of like Avalon, the word?
I mean, I don't know its etymology, but yeah, of course it's it had something to do with Anne of Green Gables or whatever.
No. Actually, no. Avalon is older than that. It actually comes from Arthurian legend.
Oh yeah, I should have known that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you know what? I didn't waste my undergrad getting a history minor, so.
Look, I've studied like fantasy books a long time, so I've read some Arthurian shit.
Okay. Anyways, Terra Nova is where we wanted to keep an eye on. So that one is almost finished counting. It's 246 to 270. Yeah, and that's close. So that could be an unseat of an incumbent there, which is really bad for the Liberals if they're going to cough up one of those ridings, because it means they're going to cough up a lot more come Toronto way.
Yeah, 246 out of 270, so
they're almost done counting.
Ooh. It's neck and neck. Well, I just want to address this earlier a bit. So yeah, from Jerry K. As long as there isn't any Cinder VTuber drama, I think you'll do okay. Have you? I don't know how closely you follow VTuber news, but
none. No, not at all. I have no time for VTuber news.
Yeah, I know one of the larger indie VTubers apparently like pulled some crazy shit, and there's just been like a bunch of Mean Girl drama that's dropped all at once. And it's like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a problem for me because I don't even know any female VTubers. I mean, like,
wait, you're telling me that like fat bald men sitting in their basement who like pretend to be girls on the internet have drama? Color me shocked.
No, Tip. This is the greatest.
Or Indian men.
No, this is the greatest proof that these are actual women. I think that if you did have a whole bunch of fat balding men, like pretending to be girls, they wouldn't have this much drama.
Are you kidding me? Do you know how much soy is in the average like 300-pound man?
I mean, yeah, chances are they eat Beyond Meat burgers too, so fair enough.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, take it what you will. All right. Well, early results flooding in from Quebec. Bloc Québécois is doing what they need to do, but of course it's still really early. Here, let me just quickly check out on the prairies. Yeah, a lot of blue filling in on the prairies because, of course, you know, Alberta, Saskatchewan are it's the farmland heartland of Canada.
Yeah.
And it's our Alberta's basically like a mini Texas. Tons of oil and a lot of people who chew on the end of a piece of straw and spit tobacco into a tin can.
I don't even know if they're a mini Texas. Like, there's a lot of landmass there, so...
mini Texas in population.
Oh, yeah, population, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, again, like, we are, what, 1/10 the size of the U.S., like, in population?
Yeah, all of California's population is equal to all of Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, we got we got a shocker result over in Leduc-Wetaskiwin, which is Alberta, near Edmonton. Oh, I just saw you clicked on a riding where the NDP is getting destroyed there. So, Leduc-Wetaskiwin is like heartland oil country it's a suburb of Edmonton. It's very, very right-leaning. But apparently the NDP grabbed the early lead there.
Only one out of 221 polls, though, so...
Yeah, that won't stay.
yeah, literally a sample size of less than 0.5%. we don't say bald men anymore. The politically correct term is hairline disadvantaged.
Yeah.
Or maybe we should call them like late stage Asmongold or something.
Oh, God. There is so much big oil money in that area in Leduc and Wetaskiwin. If you pull into like a Tim Hortons parking lot, there'll be like 50 jacked up F-150s on race suspension and giant mud tires. And they're all covered in mud.
Oh God, I can see it too.
Yeah, we're starting to get the crowd an audience here.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
I forgot Greg was Canadian. Oh yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, Canadians often forget that they're Canadian.
I mean, we get so much American news up here too. Like, you turn on the TV, half the channels are American to begin with. Like most of the channels, like even the news stations that are walked, it seems. I'm pretty sure that there's more Canadians who view things like CNN and MSNBC than they do CBC.
Yeah, probably. I remember, like, when we were watching 9/11, I was like, oh no, are they going to shut down Canadian airspace?
I mean...
Yeah, you would have been in diapers when 9/11 happened.
No, I wasn't quite in middle school, but no, I was not quite in diapers, thank you.
Oh.
I was playing with my Digimon step counter, okay?
Okay, I thought you were going in a whole different direction with that.
No. Wasn't quite
playing with something else in his room.
No. I was shaking something else all day. I was taking the Digimon step counter. I wasn't that old.
Oof. All right, where are we standing right now? A lot of teals starting to fill in the map, which is a good thing.
Filling in there, but Liberals are pulling ahead here, but there's still only about a third of the way through the polling, so it's anyone's race there.
Yeah, and the difference is 40 votes, so yeah, very close. Wait, that riding was supposed to be close. The poll, it's only a miss if it goes Bloc Québécois. If it stays Liberal, even if it's close, then that's in line with the polls. I've seen a lot of blue fill in around Toronto, which is okay, but we need the blue in Toronto too.
Yeah.
So that'd be like areas like Brampton, Mississauga, Oshawa, Ajax, Aurora, Newmarket.
Labrador is just straight up gone to the Liberals, so that's a done deal.
Well, yeah, look at this. So it's called Newfoundland and Labrador. It's technically one province, that piece of Quebec plus the island. Yeah. So few people live in that part that like all of Labrador is just one riding. Now,
Terra Nova,
the long range
still doing pretty good, and then
central Newfoundland and Long Range Mountains are typical conservative areas. There was a pickup there. There was a flip in the Long Range Mountains, which is the far left side of Newfoundland. Beautiful country. Like when they're talking about the rugged rock of the Newfoundland. That area is beautiful to drive on. It's like a mini Iceland. Well, I guess this is technically a larger Iceland, but not as many people. But that one is an unexpected pickup by the Conservatives. Yeah. Central Newfoundland was supposed to stay red. That Clifford Small was the incumbent there.
That's completely gone for the Conservatives too, and then.
Terra Nova. Now you're getting closer to the big city of St. John's, and Terra Nova is a mixture of demographics. Oh, hey! I just saw a notification for a tip or a Streamlab thing. If you want to read that out.
Yeah. Thanks to Purple. No, I think the text to speech actually read it out. So.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Oh shit! I guess.
Oh right, no, because I'm not listening to the stream. I'm listening to you in the call.
Yeah. Hopefully that went through on the desktop audio.
Well, I might have talked over it, unfortunately, because I don't see it until it's too late.
Yeah, nah.
Oh, AC says he didn't hear it.
Damn. Sorry, guys.
Just read it out.
Yeah, so for a purple transparent beanie boy, you sure don't act very maple. I hope Canada does a write-in mass vote for a bottle of maple for Prime Minister 2025. Beta. Thank you to Purple Transparent, man.
That's probably Raisin. That sounds like something Raisin would say.
It does sound like something Raisin would say. Yeah.
Okay, where was I? Yeah, they're going to have to call Terra Nova pretty soon. There's only, 24
votes. 24 polls, yeah.
Left to vote count. The difference is, let's see.
300-ish.
300. Yeah, 316. 306.
306.
So, whew.
Yeah.
Great apologies. Approve. He's Canadian. Oh, sorry about that. Oh yeah, check Central Nova again. The one on in Nova Scotia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's Terra Nova and Central Nova, and they're nowhere near each other. That's confusing.
Well, Central Nova, slight conservative lead at the moment.
Well, they're over halfway done counting. Ugh, that one's going to be tight right till the end. Central Nova's a pretty good bellwether riding if the Conservatives pull out that win. Not to mention, Sean Fraser is actually a really strong incumbent candidate, so he's him losing is big.
Is there
that's
a
the equivalent?
Is there a Supernova? Oh, that's the that's the candidate that we were hoping for. Supernova 2025. They're tied with Big Asteroid right now.
Yeah, followed closely by Big Balls.
Yeah, who's currently having political infighting with D's nuts.
Oh, Roman Barber is putting up a good fight in York Center, like literally right in the heart of Toronto.
All right, and we'll pop
so
to Toronto and get
Roman Baber was, Baber, not Barber. Roman Baber was a former leadership candidate, so he's got a bit of a profile. The NDP is doing horrible. They're doing real bad right now.
And that's worse than usual, guys. Like, if the NDP does worse than the Bloc, that is historical levels of atrocious.
Well, they currently only lead one seat.
So I guess here's the edge bet. Who will get more seats, the NDP or the Greens?
Hey, let's put a poll in the chat.
All right.
Let's do PPC, Greens, NDP, and Bloc and NDP. Yeah, let's do like everything except the top two parties.
So who takes third?
And that's going to be in seat total, not national vote.
Takes third in seat total. The Greens, PPC.
While you're doing that, while you're typing up that poll, I'll give the chat a little bit of explanation as to what's kind of going on across the map right now. Can you just hit the home button for me really quick so that they can see the whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh, you already got the poll up. You're efficient.
Multi-screens. So
yeah.
Always do two things at once.
Oh yeah, same here. Like I've got the screen running on the left screen. I've got your YouTube feed coming in on the center screen, and then I've got my map on the right screen. Anyway,
AC. So Tim's going to give a nice breakdown of what this poll means.
Okay, so what we're looking at right now is I've already explained that how ridings are divided up into these smaller stations called polls, like a single polling station per riding. What you're seeing as this map fills in is each of those polling stations will count their votes by hand and then call the Elections Canada authority to report their results. When those results are given to the official authority, they're also pushed out to the media companies. So CTV News is one of the largest media companies in Canada. It's owned by Bell and Rogers in a conglomerate. Two of Canada's largest companies, period, but also are like the king of the kings when it comes to media. Anyways, so this is what they pull their data from. So they're going to be about 15 to 10 minutes lag behind the actual real results. If you were in the counting room right now, they probably have already counted, and then 15 minutes later, that result shows up on the map. So ridings turn colors based on who's currently leading, but that doesn't mean they have won yet. We have a first past the post system, so whoever just gets the most votes is who wins. But typically they'll decide like, oh, this person has won, when they have seen enough of the early results that they're 90% confident that the other person can't come back and win it. And that usually is based on things like historical voting patterns, the demographics of that area. So Canada tends not to have a lot of surprises. There's usually like 3 ridings out of 342 now. That will be like misses, but typically the polls are pretty on point because of that first past the post system. Vote splitting tends to be a thing in Canada because of the multi-party system. But when the third place party is doing this badly and it's just a 2-horse race, you're not going to see that much. You're going to see a lot more unpredictability in seats where they would normally do a lot better. So that's going to be in and around the big cities. Like Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver. One of the early big cities that they found was Halifax, which is out in Nova Scotia. It's a 500,000 population city. The Liberals basically just cleanly swept it, and the NDP is left like, I don't know, carrying Cuck Murphy's bag.
Now Murphy's sitting in the chair watching the Conservatives and the NDP. While the Conservatives and the Liberals are fucking on the bed, and the NDP's Cuck Murphy on the corner.
No, I think like after this election, the NDP will be the ones who clean up after Murphy.
Yeah, now we got the block in the corner, and the NDP's the morning maid.
Yeah, like it's gonna be that bad. What do you mean you have no idea what they're talking about? Everything I explained is in normal concepts, guys.
It's Raisin, all right? He is like the unofficial designated troll of the channel.
Well, fuck you, Raisin. And your fat wife.
Hey, don't say shit about Miss Grape, okay?
Anyways. Let's see. I'm kind of looking at the national vote totals right now. So the Liberals do have a pretty sizable lead in the national vote total.
Well, again, but we also
593,000.
Yeah, but we always get the East Coast first. So
yeah, and those polls just closed. So again, like I said, the colors are starting to fill in as the early polling stations are counted, but they're by no means the final result. Not even close to it.
Let's take a look at the Toronto area right now. Let's get an idea for how badly the NDP is getting chewed up here.
Okay, so there's a couple of blue spots in there. Willowdale and York Center. York Center is the surprise, but it's only one poll reporting. That would be the left blue one.
Mississauga turned blue. That's interesting.
It won't stay that way. Wait,
yeah, one out of 225 polls, yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering about Roman Baber as well. I mean, again, he's more of a well-known name.
Okay, yeah. So to give you keep in mind, guys, this is where our politics are. So the conservative leader of Mississauga is Mohammed Ishaq.
And then there's Al Suid Fairs is the liberal.
Yeah, and then Brandon Nguyen.
Brandon Nguyen.
No, Nguyen, that's Vietnamese.
Whatever. Gurdeep
Wallace for the PPC. And then, wow, you don't even have... Well, I'm no surprise you don't have the block in there, but you don't even have the Greens. You have Ali Zulfiqar Ali.
Yeah, okay. So
And
as you can tell, very Muslim part of the city.
yeah, Mississauga is largely becoming like the Muslim capital of Canada.
And then you head up to Brampton, which hasn't reported anything yet, but Brampton Center would be the gray area north of Mississauga. Yeah, you get into Brampton and it's like, Amandeep, Sadi, and Taran,
Yeah.
Shahal,
Okay.
Anil Badi,
Malton.
Simi
South,
Handel,
South Brampton.
Taha Nazir. Like,
Yeah, Sonia Sindhu, Sukdeep Kang.
Sukdeep.
Sukdeep.
Do you Sukdeep?
Sukdeep Kang. Sukdeep Kang. So where they say we was Kangs? That's the Kang right there. Sukdeep Kang.
Okay, so the borders on this don't make any sense. There's that big white squiggly line right through it. I'm pretty sure that's the Grand River, or the Port. It might be the Port Credit River.
Probably Port. Well, that's Mississauga Lake Shore.
But I don't know why they're putting the rivers on this map because I think it's a riding boundary, but it's not because it cuts right through the middle of the riding.
No, it's not a riding.
But I think that's like either the Credit River or the Grand. No, it's the Credit River for sure. Anyways, my knowledge of Toronto geography is better than average, I guess.
I wouldn't imagine it's better than most Torontonians, for being honest.
Yeah, because the Don River's further east. That comes in on the east side of Toronto. Anyways, if you zoom out of Toronto a little bit and just get the suburban Toronto area, so that basically a ring. What are you doing in Oakville?
Just seeing how my old stomping grounds look. Not really surprised.
Oakville, headquarters of Tim Hortons.
Yeah, I've passed by there a couple times.
See, I know the area kind of well. Kind of. Oh, actually, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in a place like Oshawa, where there's huge auto assembly plants. There's a big GM plant in Oshawa, which is going to be that square right where the blue meets red on the lakeshore.
All right.
Further to the right, up on the top right. See where that perfect square meets the red?
Oh, yeah, here we are.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting.
One out of
Oshawa used to be.
Polls, so.
Yeah. That used to be Aaron O'Toole's riding. He was the former leader of the Conservative Party, but he was a Tools, so no one liked him.
Yeah. Irish still don't get a good... The Irish have not really gained their full human rights yet.
Yeah. So Oshawa got split, because it used to be Oshawa Whitby as one riding, but they got split in a redistribution. And it seems like that split is benefiting the Liberal, who's currently in the lead there with 5 polls reporting. But we'll see if that holds. It's going to be interesting because that's, when you're talking about the Trump tariffs, especially on the auto sector, this is ground zero of the impact of those tariffs. It's going to be Oshawa.
Yeah. Oh, like so much of the tariff thing is just riled up by the media because, like,
well, it seemed to be working.
Oh yeah, it works. It's upsetting how well it works.
Okay, the map shows you who's leading, but not who's like fully confirmed as being elected. The count for the confirmed elected, is 22 Liberals and 13 Conservatives, and 1 Bloc Québécois. So again, very early compared to who's leading the ridings. As you can see, the map's pretty much filled in color now. British Columbia will come in last because their polls close an hour later.
Yes, their polls should be closing like soonish.
Okay, well, they have 20 polls left to report in Terra Nova, the peninsulas. The Conservatives are still in the lead by 260 votes. So that lead narrowed within the last reporting. Central Nova flipped. They went red. So they still got 59 polls left to count there. But the margin is within 100.
Yeah, so that could go either way.
Yeah,
That'll be down to the wire.
Yeah. What do we see here? So
literally, Alexander Mackenzie is bigger than the fucking difference in votes. Not even party, just an independent dude, Alexander Mackenzie.
That's usually like a church leader or something that runs, and it's like the entire congregation votes for them, or maybe like a Hutterite guy or Mennonite or whatever they have out there.
I think, well, they do have the Acadians down south.
Yeah, but they don't. They typically vote for either NDP or Green. So if you look at the blue riding beside that, Cumberland Colchester, so that's a pretty stalwart conservative riding. It's been for a long time. Stephen Ellis currently in the lead, not by a
huge margin.
I mean, it's under 1,000, but they still got some more polls. It's going to come down to when they count the advance polls. So I'm actually going to pop it quickly into the Elections Canada, the official, their official tally to see what polls are outstanding, because that will tell you whether or not the Conservatives have that riding or not.
Oh, yeah, by the way, currently the poll says that we have the Greens and the PPC tied for third.
I'll go
Block's in third.
I'll go Block. Anyways, let's see here. Okay, well, the Elections Canada website is down. Good job.
Too much traffic. They can only handle 500 people at a time.
Yeah.
CTV News declares Liberal win. Little premature, guys.
Oh, did they? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They must have seen enough of the early vote then. Well, I mean, typically when they do that, that's usually not premature. It means they've seen enough of the info to say, yeah, they got this.
Well, I guess we can officially say that Canada may or may not be run by clowns, but they're definitely run by a carny.
Oh, the block is minus 12 on the seat count right now. That's why the Liberals are doing so well. A little premature, but I guess they've seen enough of that Ontario and Quebec were going according to the pollsters. Yeah, they missed Atlantic Canada a little bit, but the +3 can't make up for the +29 elsewhere in the map.
Well, if Alberta secedes, I guess I'm just gonna have to, try to find my way over there before that happens.
Issues with polling places in Quebec.
Raisin? Raisin, yeah. Well, you might be missing the... They're calling the Liberals to win, so another 4 years of pseudo-Trudeau.
Okay, well... Let's see why they're... I'm trying to figure out why they're calling that so early there, because you don't even have any of the results from Montreal yet.
Again, it could just be CTV being CTV.
Well, they don't normally miss that badly, though, so they got to be seeing something that we can't. Oh, but I guess because of the Elections Canada website being down. Oh, I see it. Yeah, go look at Montreal Island. What am I looking for here? Montreal, Ormont, Laurier.
I don't even have anything
Rosemont.
for a holistic Cartierville. Okay, yeah. Well, okay. Two out
The
of
block got wiped out. Yeah, the block got completely wiped here.
But that is literally one poll, though. One poll, two polls, two polls.
I mean, I see they've declared winners in some of these where there's only a couple polls reporting. Oh, there's LaSalle. Oh my goodness! Look at okay. So you see that weird shaped? Yeah, go to LaSalle, which is the weird shaped one down at the bottom by the river. So LaSalle et Montredon was the by-election that the Liberals almost lost when Toronto St. Paul went to the Conservatives, and then there was a by-election here in this riding, and the Bloc won it. Surprisingly from the Liberals. Look at their performance now.
Oh, we got another super. Oh, Brad Skagg just subscribed. Welcome, Brad. Yeah. I don't know. It's like still like 3 out of 204 polls, and they're already calling stuff.
Yeah, that's
2 out of 201 polls.
Yeah, but when you look at the 3 polls in LaSalle, they're reporting, and it's a 59% advantage. I mean, that's not just one good result at one good station. They must have seen enough to be like, oh, it's over.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I'm so used to these people doing fucking sampling bias.
Yeah. Well, the Bloc did bump up to 20. The thing is, they got to get to 25 for this to like reverse this trend. They're way below that. The NDP's at 3.
Yeah, like I'll admit it doesn't look good, but I just have no faith in the media. Like I guess, like look, if CTV reported that like the sky was currently blue, I'd have to look outside just to see what the fuck the sky actually was.
Well, we all know that they're terrible weather people, so yeah, it might be overcast or all that. You know, all those.
No, like if the news if the news feels the need to report that the sky is blue, that means it's probably like fucking violet or something.
Yeah, all those chemicals they're spraying in.
Yeah, like okay, if the news says there's nothing to see up in the sky, that means there's 100% aliens invading right this second.
I mean, not seeing much around the 905 right now, but I mean, the Liberals are doing pretty good in Brampton, which is probably why CTV's like, oh yeah, it's over. Because you win Brampton and Montreal, and that should do it. That's who decides our elections.
Maninder Sindhu is beating Bob Josandi Singh, who is beating, chances are, his brother Haramrit Singh.
Okay, so the NDP is currently leading in Nunavut. They're still leading in Leduc. What is going on there? They should be leading in Edmonton Strathcona as well. Oh, Edmonton Riverbend is red.
Wait, how the heck? Hold on. I'm sorry. Why the heck does Nunavut have some fucking territory in James Bay, of all places? Like Hudson Bay, I understand, but James Bay? Seriously? Shit's closer to Moosonee than it is to anywhere else in Nunavut.
Yeah, well, have you been to Moosonee? It's fucking... There's nothing there.
Hey, there's a liquor store in Moosonee.
Yeah. Well, that's because it's mostly, inhabited by natives.
Well, yeah, but that's also why there's a drugstore that sells medicinal alcohol.
Imagine.
It's a serious problem up there.
All right, let's go take a look at Calgary real quick because that's where my stomping grounds are.
Alrighty. What? Oh, you got a tie there. Yeah, Calgary Center's Liberal.
Yep.
Admittedly, only 1 out of 192 polls, but if there was going to be anywhere, that would be Liberal.
Okay, so if you look up at Calgary McKnight, there's an incumbent Liberal, which is going to be just up to the up and to the right.
Calgary East, Calgary Confederation, Calgary McKnight.
Okay, Calgary McKnight, no results coming in yet, but the incumbent, George Chahal, is infamous for being caught on a Ring door cam stealing another candidate's lit out of the mailbox.
Couldn't even get one of your fucking employees to do it. Couldn't get an assistant to do it. No plausible deniability. I mean, if you're gonna steal shit, do it yourself.
Yeah, I guess. Or at least don't get caught, you idiot. See, there's a lot of names here that people I know personally, so
who's voting for Najib Butt? PPC for Calgary McKnight, Najib Butt.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay. Well, they'll get a couple of. So Calgary McKnight would be the lower income portion of Calgary. It's the see, I can't tell from the map where all the streets are, but I can sort of kind of guess based on the run of the Bow River. So that's going to be like the kind of looks like the Forest Lawn area, head north up into Martindale and maybe up towards what's it called, White something. Anyways, those are like lower to middle income people. Pretty decent mix of like white trash and East Indian. So the politics get real weird there. Now, the primarily Muslim part of Calgary got split off in a redistribution to Calgary Skyview. And that's like the far northern part of Calgary, and that is like all immigrant population.
Calgary Skyview. Well, yeah. Armand Pete Gill, Hafiz Milak, Rajesh Angral. And no, and that's the thing, guys. These aren't necessarily DEI hires. This is just because this is what our populations are represented by.
Yeah, like there are more Indians there than white people.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you vote for an Indian guy?
I've been to downtown Toronto more than a few times recently, and yeah, like we don't officially have segregation, but yeah, places are basically segregated. You know when you've entered a certain area of town.
Now, check out that big block of blue on the left side of Calgary. It's called Yellowhead.
Okay, that's pretty conservative.
Yep. The guy's winning with 82% of the vote.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn conservative. Now, look at the Conservatives would never even have to hope, right? No one has a hope in hell of beating the Conservatives here because there's no vote split. When you take 82% of the vote, even if you split it 3 times, they'd still beat the Liberals.
I think you could straight up elevate the PPC to second place and still have a comfortable lead on first.
Oh yeah, but this tells you how unlikable the PPC is. But they only grabbed 1.5 of the vote.
That's
because people are like, "Oh, vote split, vote split. Oh, I'm scared of the vote split." No, they actually just don't like the PPC. And this is look how deeply conservative this part of Canada is. And they're just like, nah, PPC. Oh, by the way, CHP is the Christian Heritage Party. Which is like almost, their politics are almost on the level of the Klan. They are like as extreme as the right gets, like these like far right evangelicals. And they took 16 votes.
Yep, and that's 60 more votes more than the Greens get.
And this would be like the demographic that's voting Christian Heritage Party would be like commonplace in places like Alabama, small town Mississippi, right? Like deep red Republican country. In Canada, that's not even good enough for 16 votes.
Well, the PPC is more popular than them, so the PPC is doing at least a little bit right. They're slightly more acceptable than the Klan.
Yeah, there you go. Put that on a t-shirt.
PPC is slightly more acceptable than the Klan.
Let's see if I can find some other interesting results.
Zoom back out. Yeah, BC's starting to come in.
Yeah, the interior BC. Now, interior BC tends to be quite conservative, so there's not going to be any surprises there. Well, although that blue spot on the left side of interior BC, I think that's Kelowna or the Fraser. Here, let me check.
Let's see. Chilliwack, Hope, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, Chilliwack, Hope is pretty conservative. That is the if you remember the original Highway Through Hell that appeared on TV, that's where that show was based, in the Hope area. So the Coquihalla Highway goes through Hope, BC. That's where the company that was featured in Highway Through Hell is based. So, fun little trivia fact if anyone's familiar with that TV show. It's actually an all right TV show, but it's highly dramatized. It really annoys me. It's like Ice Road Truckers. They like play this like intense music because the semi-truck's going up a hill. I wish I was kidding, man.
That's the thing is like I'm just surprised that Canadians made something that intense and dramatic. Usually our television is fairly chill.
Oh, I got to figure out what the ML party stands for.
It's probably Raisin's Party, the Maple Leaf. It's the Maple Lovers Party. They campaign on more maple trees.
I haven't heard those titles in a long time. Yeah, I know. What little good television Canada produced is long dead.
Now, we still are all the filming locations for everything.
Yeah, Last of Us, the HBO series is filmed in Calgary and the Rocky Mountains. The Revenant with Leo DiCaprio was filmed not far from me out in Kananaskis.
I was actually in downtown Toronto when they were filming Pixels.
Yeah, Vancouver's done tons of filming.
Vancouver played Tokyo in Pacific Rim.
Well, yeah, I guess they're not that far off. I mean, Chinese are basically Japanese, are they not?
That's close enough.
Close enough. Greg McLean's closing the lead in Calgary Center. I don't even know who that Lindsay. Oh, okay. So, fun fact about Calgary Center. That used to be the seat when Justin Trudeau won his majority government in 2015. That seat was won by Kent Hare, who was a former Liberal Party of Alberta provincial MLA. He's most famous for he got Me Too'd by a former staffer. Now, by the way, the guy was shot in a drive-by and paralyzed from the waist down. So he's in like a wheelchair. Like when he was a teenager or something, like he got shot in a drive-by in Calgary. So anyways, it's like he goes around in a wheelchair. Can you imagine being like paralyzed from the waist down and getting Me Too'd? It's like you couldn't like run away from him or something.
Yeah, that's the thing. We know how Me Too's are. Again, it's like just point and accuse and it's guilty.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, I mean, like
her accusation.
Yeah, like it's literally going to be like, what was that? Like To Kill a Mockingbird. It's like, who's the man who held you down and beat you? It's like, oh yeah, it's the man with one arm. Yeah, that's the dude who totally pinned you to the ground and hit you with his second invisible psychic hand.
Yeah. Never got forced to read that, by the way. I don't know. Our school systems are just different. Anyways, so the accusation that came out for Cantor was that him and the staffer get into an elevator together, and he like eyes her up and down and says that she's yummy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And that was her B2 accusation.
Yep.
Crowfoot will be fine.
Sizable lead.
Crowfoot is where a lot of the retired people are. I'm just going to refresh your stream because it's buffering for me. But if you want to head over to Winnipeg, we'll have a look at a couple of interesting ridings in Winnipeg. Oh, there you are. Okay. Winterpeg. Oh, God, look at the percentage in Moose Jaw Lanigan. Winnipeg's in Manitoba.
There we go.
Yeah, there was a bit of a buffer on your stream there.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing it's saying we're not receiving enough streaming data. It's like, is my internet buggering out again?
Okay, so of course those cluster of ridings in and around Winnipeg, the bottom blue one, that's solid blue. It's Elmwood Transcona. Elmwood So this is weird. Elmwood Transcona is one of the few ridings that's like Conservative versus NDP, and the Liberals go in third place.
Weird. Like,
but because of the NDP's, yeah. So because of it's just a weird riding of like a lot of unionized workers, and the NDP and the Conservatives fight over that demographic quite a bit. Not the Liberals, but because of the NDP's overall vote collapse. You can see that they were the incumbent here, but they are getting blown out by the Conservative. Even though it's only 5 polls reporting, but I expect that result to hold through the night.
Yeah, I'm seeing like 10 polls reporting here, and it's still, sizable lead.
And then if you go up to Kildone and St. Paul, which is just above it, that riding, a lot closer between the Conservatives and the Liberals. And typically, Kildone and St. Paul is reliably Conservative. You can see the incumbent there is Raquel Doncho, or Donko, I think is how you say that. But anyways, and she's got an interesting name, but it's basically like your basic Valley white girl. I don't know where she gets the name from, but it's she's like just blonde hair, blue eyed white woman. Anyways, she's the incumbent there. I do expect she would ultimately win this race, but it's an interesting thing that the NDP has like completely cratered, and it seems to be benefiting the Liberals, but not totally, because you can see just if you go back to Elmwood, I mean, it benefited the Conservatives in this case. So I think it's still early. I mean, obviously the CBC has called for a Liberal government too, but they haven't called majority or minority yet. So we're still not there. I think the thing is the Liberals are leading in 151 ridings currently elected. Oh, currently in elected, the Conservatives are winning with 40 to 36. I don't know. Yeah, something's not quite lining up here.
Again, like it's like state-sponsored media after 12 years of government of like liberal control, and CTV is located in the heart of downtown Toronto. So,
well, they don't want to do those projections. Well, even CBC agrees, but like I said, they don't want to do those projections lightly, because if it turns out they were wrong, it's way more embarrassing than if they just waited another hour.
So,
right?
Okay, but at the same time, so what? Like, the news media has gotten stuff catastrophically wrong several times already, and they don't suffer any consequences for it.
This one would be definitely consequential. Like missing this badly would definitely result in. Oh wow. Okay, so Central Nova has narrowed to 18. Or sorry, no, yeah, 28. That one, or not Central Nova, Terra Nova.
Oh yeah. Central Nova is currently 373.
Okay, I think I'm starting to see why the CBC why the news media is doing their projections. What we're seeing on the map is all of the same election day voting, which tends to skew conservative. Now they're starting to vote advance polls, which tend to skew liberal. So if you're leading by like 100 votes and they start dropping the advance vote, you're going to lose. So I think that's going to end up flipping by the end of the night. Because one in New Brunswick did too. Miramichi Grand Lake was blue earlier. Now it's flipped 152 out of 179 reporting. So yeah, the order in which they count advance polls does matter. It's not always. Now we do hand counting here. We don't do tabulator or electronic voting. So everything's got to be counted by hand. Advance polls tend to have like 1,000, 3,000 votes in each box. So it takes a long time to count them all. They tend to do those last. And so now you're seeing that as those advance votes get counted, this map gets redder and redder as that time goes on. Let's see if I can find where Charlie Angus's riding is. Or is he not running? Oh, no, he didn't run again. That's sad.
Apparently, it's saying leading and elected combined, Liberals have 151. So,
yeah, they need 172. That's the magic number. And BC has yet to get filled in completely. Like Vancouver has barely registered anything.
Yeah, NDP is still not on the elected board.
No, and they're only leading in single digits. So, I mean, they're going for a historic collapse, which apparently is benefiting the Liberals greatly.
Conservatives are apparently only behind by 172,000 votes.
Yeah, Conservatives tend to win the national votes in Canada, but then because their vote is because they have 82% in some of the ridings in Alberta.
Yeah.
Right. Their vote isn't very efficient because they just run the board in the ridings they get elected in. Oh, Andrew Scheer ran again. Okay. Yeah, it's still early for those prairie provinces, so they haven't really filled anything in yet.
Well, Alberta's probably going to go as predicted. BC is going to be a bit of a wild card.
Well, see, this is interesting here because even the big cities in Saskatchewan, so Saskatoon and Regina, they're solid blue. Northern Saskatchewan is currently Liberal. That was expected. Let's see what the forecast said.
Pretty solidly Liberal there. Need a pretty significant upset. Half the polls are reported in.
Yeah.
He's losing a seat to Liberal in Churchill.
Oh, the Battlefords. Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake. Look at the run that Rosemary Falk's doing there. It's 12,800 to 2,000.
1,200. Where's that specifically?
Sorry. Battlefords is the left side of Saskatchewan, right underneath the red part. Yeah, so the blue on the left underneath that Churchill.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, there we go. They run the board there.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd do it.
So again, this is why Conservatives will win the national vote and then lose the number of seats. So I'm seeing some of the percentage analysis right now. So far for the votes counted in British Columbia, minus 16% for the NDP.
Ouch. That hurts.
And plus 9 for the Liberals, plus 13 for the Conservatives.
If that pans out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bloodbath.
So, yeah. Okay, so what exactly has the NDP done aside from, because like Jagmeet Singh is not new. So what did they do this election that really screwed them?
So a little history of the NDP. They were originally the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. They were actually founded in Calgary as a union party, like a farmers collective. They've since morphed to become like the most progressive left of center party in Canada, and they elected Jagmeet Singh, whose family is an immigrant. He was born in Canada because you have to be a Canadian citizen in order to run. So he was either born in Canada or became a naturalized citizen. I'm not entirely sure, but of course his family's from India. And it's funny because sometimes he gets in trouble for being a Khalistani separatist. He's like pro-Khalistan, which is like a breakaway region of Sikhs within India. Anyways, the old NDP used to be like the working man's, think back to the Jimmy Carter era of Democrats, right? You're like, your industrial heartland, Midwest, blue collar worker, Democrat. That's used to be who the NDP appealed to. But then Jagmeet Singh comes along and he starts pushing this like hyper left progressive crap. And so those blue collar workers some of them stay behind with the NDP, but some start going over to the Conservatives. Kind of like the same trend in the US where they went Republican, right? Trump was getting endorsements from private sector unions. When 2 leaders ago for the NDP was Jack Layton. And Jack Layton was a populist leader, very, very popular with the working class and very popular in Quebec. And the year that Stephen Harper got his majority in 2011, Jack Layton formed the official opposition because the Liberals were reduced to 4 seats. And so that was like the greatest ever result for the NDP in the House of Commons. They had something like, 70 some seats. And then there was like a big majority for the Harper Conservatives. So it became kind of like Jack Layton's party. Well, Jack Layton ended up dying of cancer. And so he left the party to a guy named Tom Mulcair, who is a very centrist politician.
Oh,
you see him on
Tom Mulcair. Sorry, I'd forgotten about him.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Tom Mulcair is a very centrist guy, right? He's very similar to Paul Martin in that regard. He keeps the NDP kind of in between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And they did pretty good in the subsequent elections. But it was after losing, like never failing to break through, always failing to break through, they decided to dump him as leader and to hold a leadership race with Jagmeet Singh winning. Since then, the party went so hard to the left. And in the last 4 years, they've been propping up the Liberal government with a supply and confidence agreement. So the Liberal government was a minority government. They didn't have 50% of the seats. But them plus the NDP was more than 50% of the seats. So if you had their support, you could pass your legislation. You could also survive confidence votes, which is any spending bill, throne speeches, basically what the equivalent in the Senate, in U.S. Senate is, right? Those like high ticket bills where if they get defeated, it actually like shuts the government down. So, Jagmeet Singh does this like cozy like relationship with the Trudeau Liberals, who by the end of the 4-year term get extremely unpopular to the point where here we are now. They dumped him and replaced him with Mark Carney as the leader. but Jagmeet Singh has always been like tied at the hip or joined at the hip with the Trudeau Liberals. So his unpopularity with Trudeau is still the remnants of such are still there. And on top of that, the traditional base and homeland for the NDP was in Quebec. Quebec is like the most racist part of Canada. It's not even close. And they just will not vote for a guy who wears a turban on his head. Anyways, that was the very long-winded response as to what's driving the misfortune of the NDP. The short answer is they were cucking for the Liberals so long that the voters are just like, well, why would I vote for you? I'm just going to vote Liberal. It's the same thing.
Also, funny, like it's only 1 out of 266 polls, but Pierre Poilievre is currently losing in his home riding.
Oh, yeah. Also, look at the length of the ballot. Look at all the names on it.
Jesus.
So that is a protest vote by the what's called the longest ballot committee, because the rules in Canada are if you get 100 signatures, you can put your name on the ballot. So what they do is they have this like protest organization that's like, we want electoral reform. So we're going to have the same 100 people just sign up and endorse all of those candidates because there's no limit to how many candidates you can endorse. That doesn't mean you're voting for them. It just means that you're saying, I'm allowing you to run.
Yeah, Dan
you don't even have to.
Votes.
So the ones. Oh, so typically they'll vote for themselves because they live in the riding and they vote for themselves. Now, there's no rule that says you have to live in the riding that you run in. So the ones who get 0 votes don't even live there. They just added their name. You can only run for one riding, but you can put your name in any riding in Canada. So yeah, that's the longest ballot committee. Yes, we're still talking nerd stuff, Raisin. I know it's over your head. Here, let me talk down to your level. Duh, Orange Man bad.
I mean, that's basically, this is like, because CTV News, what are the top 2 tabs? First one, live election results. 2, Trump's tariffs.
Anyways, there you go.
All right, so let's take a look at the countrywide picture. So we've got. Okay.
I mean, you have me on this stream for a reason. It's because I know this stuff.
That's the thing. Like, I have you here for like insightful political commentary because I haven't been keeping an ear to the ground on that shit. So.
By the way, we do have a Green candidate winning in Kitchener Center. It's going to be just to the west of Toronto, a little green dot in the middle of nowhere.
And
never mind. It just flipped.
Oh, never mind. Like, oh, we're gonna have a green. We get a green on the board, and they're gone.
It's like that South Park meme, and it's gone.
Mike Maurice, who apparently won it last time. Oh, yeah, and it's gone.
Boop. Okay, go back over to Toronto. Look at that block of red. And that is why the Liberals are going to win, because it looks like they're going to sweep Toronto. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what a typical election night in Canada is. How did Toronto vote? Red? Okay, well, the red guys won.
Yeah. Which, really explains why Alberta wants to get the fuck away. Because they're like, look, why the hell does Toronto get to dictate literally everybody else's shit? Like, they don't, like, Toronto doesn't even produce anything. They just consume everything.
There's a conservative winning right in the heart of downtown Montreal, and it's really blowing my mind right now. 13 polls reporting. I mean, not insignificant.
So, actually, funny little bit of Canadian trivia. I'm pretty sure it's this little island chain right here, because there was a joke earlier that like Canada isn't actual landmass, it's just frozen moose poop. Well, no, we actually have an island chain out here that is straight up made out of garbage.
I mean, they did add some rocks to it.
Yeah, okay, garbage plus rocks.
Is that where they put the airport, Billy Bishop?
No.
Oh no, Billy Bishop would be on the big island over there.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, never mind.
no. It's a tiny kind of narrow walkway up over to Montreal.
All right, let's see.
Not seeing him yet. Is mine not updated? Did they flip back? Why not to Ottawa?
Oh my goodness, Terra Nova. There's 5 polls left to report, and the difference, the lead is 103. I think Central Nova's gone. That's a 500 vote difference, or 450. I think that one's gone. He had it. He had it in the beginning, but then lost it. Oh, one of the Conservatives got unseated down in South Shore St. Margaret's. So, yeah, like I predicted, a lot of these early results, once they count the advance vote, it's starting to flip back red.
Yeah, 5 polls left, 3 vote difference. Jeez.
So, yeah, I think that's what again, that's explaining what was going on through the night. The polling miss still, like, they're still underestimating the Conservative performance. The problem, though, is that they got to break into Montreal and Toronto, and they doesn't seem they have done that. They're also coughing up ridings across the board. Like I see Sudbury's going down.
I think, like, given that, like, Montreal straight up like booed the American anthem, I do not see Montreal leaning Conservative in the slightest.
Oh God, no.
Although there's that one dot. I see that dot now.
Yeah, that one blue dot right in the middle of Montreal is really freaking me out.
Yeah.
Anthony Housefather was the former speaker. He was the guy who I think invited the Nazi to come speak. The Ukrainian guy who fought the Soviets. By the way, if you didn't know that story, just think of your World War II history. You don't need to be a history buff to, know this, but just ask yourself, who fought the Soviets in World War II in the Eastern European area, such as Ukraine? Who would have been fighting the Soviets? Like, I didn't see enemy at the gates, but I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. Actually, that's a lie. I have seen enemy at the gate, but I was trying to make a point.
Yeah, no. It was like in all the historical World War II games, if you played as the Soviets on the Eastern Front, who were you fighting against?
Yeah. So, anyways, Anthony Housefather, who's the speaker at the time, invites a Ukrainian World War II veteran to the House, the Parliament, for a big official ceremony. And he introduces him and he says, yeah, this guy fought the Soviets in World War II. And, CTV News declares liberal minority, so they're not going to get the majority. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. That would be under so go back to your 338 map, because they were predicting a solid liberal majority.
Yeah, they're calling for 186. And that's
that number up there.
Yeah. Yeah, they were calling for 186, and looking at here, like the Liberals and the Conservatives are only behind by 5 elected seats.
Yeah, I mean that's it's a significant miss on their part. Just like what was it, Nate Silver down in the States? Remember that poll that came out that said what was it? Which state was going to go? Was it Iowa?
Yeah, Iowa's like that. Whoever Iowa goes for is usually a weather predictor or whatever.
Oh, no, you're thinking Ohio. Ohio's definitely the predictor. Okay. No, someone came out with a poll like 5 days before the U.S. presidential election and said like Iowa was going Democrat. And everyone's like, oh my God, Trump's going to get wiped out. And it turns out like it wasn't even that close. Like that pollster just fucked up.
I was trying to see, like, yeah, they definitely underestimated Newfoundland with this 338 poll.
Yeah. Seems like they called Nova Scotia and New Brunswick pretty accurately.
No, New Brunswick was a little more conservative than they thought. Like they were
4?
calling like 664, and it's not. I think it's a little more. I think it's like inverted,
No,
like 4-6.
no, I think it's 6. No, they don't. Conservatives definitely don't have 6 in New Brunswick.
1, 2, 3.
By the way, that
Oh yeah, 4.
the
Yeah, no,
Blues,
you're
yeah,
right.
that one's not done yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I'm
one's neck
right.
and neck too.
Say
Like
it.
like Mike Dawson, Lisa Harris.
Okay. You know what? I don't know. People have heard me talk about my election
what the title?
qualifications before.
Like Miramichi?
Yeah, Miramichi Grand Lake is it is a swing ride. It goes back and forth. Conservatives got it last time. Funday Royal is very conservative.
Yeah, of course, the capital goes to the Liberals.
Yeah, of course. The city centers tend to go Liberal. Anyways, I think regulars, people who've heard me before, probably know like my qualifications to talk on this stuff authoritatively. But for those who don't know, for those who are new, I work. So I have an undergraduate degree in computer science, and I've worked for a lot of politicians over the years doing data prediction and metrics on elections. I'm not going to dox myself, tell you who I used to work for, but like every time you see one of those guys go on the news media and say like, oh, I predict this is going to happen, and like, oh, this percent is going to vote like this way. That's the job I do, but for a partisan party. So I tell our candidate, hey, you're going to win this, or you have to go here and work harder because you're currently losing. So I've been doing this since 2015 professionally and getting paid for it. I have a lot of repeat clients because I'm good at what I do. I tend to not miss on my predictions and my calls and my analysis. Perhaps my connection to Drexel is actually through Nick Rekieta. I appeared on his streams doing U.S. presidential elections. I correctly forecasted Biden defeating Trump in 2020, and I correctly forecasted, although I wasn't on a live stream because obviously Nick was going through his stuff, and he's still a friend of mine. So I wish him the best, but obviously we didn't get to cover the 24 election. Yeah, some people miss Drex. I haven't talked to Drex in a long time, but I think he's doing well. I think he's just, doing his thing. Maybe I'll reach out to him, see how he's doing next time I'm driving through Minnesota. But, maybe Drex has moved on to like the Dominican or something. He got his passport and bounced. But yeah, obviously, like that was my kind of big electoral breakthrough, was appearing on Nick's channel. Of course, Nick has like 300,000 subscribers now. The biggest audience I've ever been in front of. Is he at 300? Oh, maybe he's only at 200. I forget. Anyways, certainly like the largest audience I've ever been in front of, and that's where I was basically, making predictions that turned out to be true. I also appeared as a guest in his midterm election. I think that was 2022, where I correctly forecasted the result of the Republicans taking back the House, which honestly was I thought Drex married the white chick because of her feet. You're not wrong. No, I honestly, that was it's. We play it up a little bit, guys. We play it up a little bit. Drex is Drex. The guy you knew on our show is the same guy in real life. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't talked to the guy in a little while, but I hope he's doing well. Kitchener Center keeps flipping back green and blue, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, there's a difference of 26 votes.
And look, the Liberals are in third place, and they're not far behind either.
Yeah,
anyone can take that.
Yeah, only 23 out of 213 polls. It's anybody's game.
Okay. So the bloc seems to be sweeping northern Quebec, which is probably why the Liberals didn't get the majority. The bloc is actually doing so. They're currently leading in 24 ridings.
Yeah, I'm seeing a couple places where the Liberals have ousted Conservatives in like the Ontario coastline.
Oh, fucking Toronto and Ontario, man! I fucking hate these guys.
Yeah, like Kingston.
Alberta's got to separate.
Yeah, Bay of Quinte.
But that's the thing is, like, okay, so the NDP is currently elected in 0 ridings. They're about to get shut out. Nunavut, it's still early in Nunavut, but they are leading there.
Like they might get like 2 seats, but I'd be surprised if they get more than 5.
Yeah, like Skeena, that is typically their territory, right? Very Haida Gwaii area. That's the natives of British Columbia. Actually, funny enough, British Columbia is very similar to Oklahoma in that most of the province was never ceded in a territory. So the natives in British Columbia basically claimed the entire province as their land. So that's going to be like 50 years in the court system to try and sort that mess out. But yeah, North Island, Powell River, that's heavy NDP territory. They're probably going to win that one. Was it Courtney, Albany? Same thing. Vancouver Island is heavy NDP territory.
I was actually getting conservative.
Cowichan's pretty close. Oh, yeah, by the way, the politics in Vancouver Island, there's a lot of retired Albertans out there. Typically, the Conservatives come in second place in those ridings. And actually, currently, they're leading in Nanaimo, which would be a huge upset win over the NDP, who's currently running in 4th.
And Esquimalt is actually heavily conservative right now. I mean, it's only 2 out of... It's only by fucking 10 votes when there's 234 polls left, but still.
And then the grey riding beside that one is Sandwich Gulf Islands, which is where Elizabeth May is.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And no one's reported in yet, but it's still early.
So the NDP can reliably count on like 4 ridings out of that, Vancouver Island, northern BC coast, or 5. But 5 ridings.
But some of them might get snapped up by Conservatives. That'd be neat.
But they might get overtaken by Conservatives.
At least a couple spots.
Yeah, I want to see Jagmeet Singh's home riding, which is going to be right in Vancouver Metro. It's going to be Burnaby. Nope. Wait, where is he? Burnaby.
Right down here, Vancouver East. Burnaby, here we are. New Westminster, Burnaby. No, Jagmeet Singh is not here. It's Julian Peter.
Peter. Yeah, Peter Julian is like the lieutenant of the NDP. He's been there a long time. Big, Well,
he's not winning by much. Liberals are a very close second there. 21 behind that. That's the thing. Like, it's almost a 3-way split there. And it's only 6 out of 193. That's anybody's game.
Losing Peter Julian would be a massive blow to the NDP. That's like
Jagmeet Singh's losing to Liberal. He's almost tied with the Conservatives.
Wei Chang. He's losing to the Chinese.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 4 polls reporting, but...
Yeah, and it's only like 29 votes, but yeah. The Chinese are beating out. Then James Yan, I'm willing to bet that's Chinese too, so... Battle of the Asians right there.
By the way, see you, Direwolf. Says he's got to go.
Hey, Direwolf. Thanks for dropping in.
Yeah, I hope we're having fun. Too bad Chronic couldn't just like pop in and just like fucking roast and shit all over us.
Let's see if they've pinged me on Discord at all. Yeah, no one's pinged me, but...
Or if he just is hanging out.
Well, I posted in the Warband chat, so...
Yeah. All right. Let's check in on our bellwether ridings again. Kelowna St. Paul's still going conservative. Elmwood Transcona going pretty conservative in Winnipeg. Terra Nova. I counted one more poll, and it's still a very small conservative lead there. Central Nova. Central Nova's been declared for the Liberals, so that one's gone.
4 polls left. Still narrow victory.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter because Essentially, the Liberals are going to go for about 160 seats by the looks of it. They're currently leading elected in 158.
So, so you'd probably be looking at like a Liberal Bloc Québécois coalition of all things.
Well, the problem, though, is if they are within 162, then the 10 NDP seats that they'll pick up will be enough.
If they
like the NDP is the NDP is guaranteed to get it just around 10. No, 8. Sorry, I'd guarantee 8, but I'd say probably they'll get 10, which is way below where they should be. Like this is a party that's had like 100 seats before, so to go down to 10 is horrible.
So the Liberals need like 162 seats.
Yes, and they're currently at 158.
Well,
or the NDP needs to cough up their seats.
Yeah, well, a projected 158. Things.
Yeah. So again, the magic number is NDP plus Liberal equals 172. And actually, no, it's got to be 173 because they have to name a speaker.
Yeah, because and right now that's exactly what they are at. If all of the elected plus leading stuff carries out exactly, then they will have 182 if they combine that. So they'd have to.
What? Wait, what?
It's elected plus leading. Liberals 158. Oh no! NDP's only at 10.
Yeah, you're looking at the block.
I was looking at third place. Like no, NDP. Bloc is currently third place. Who's winning the poll? Actually, let's see. Greens are currently the favorite to win, so probably going to be.
God, you guys are fucking
probably going to be the Bloc.
Okay, so. Yeah, so 156 to 10, so 166. The 2 Greens would reliably vote Liberal, so you can probably throw them in too. There's currently 2 Greens leading.
Yeah.
And actually, if they haven't counted Elizabeth May, then where is the other Green person?
Actually, the Liberals just dropped 2 seats that they were leading in.
Yeah, I saw that. There was a flip to the Bloc. Where is that other Green Party candidate? It says there's 2 leading Green, but they haven't started counting Elizabeth May's riding. So there's one in Kitchener Center. Let's see if we can find this other Green person. I think it might be in the Halifax area.
Halifax? Click.
Oh, hang on. Maybe they did count Elizabeth May. Let's head back over to the memo. Oh, yeah. They started counting Elizabeth May. So, yeah, that's the second one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, St. Gulf Islands.
Halifax.
So they put 5 polls in, and she's winning big time. Yeah, she's going to get reelected there, I think. No, not even a chance that she'll lose.
Yeah, Halifax is very thoroughly Liberal.
Yeah, which is expected. Halifax, big city, plus it's Atlantic Canada. It's just solid, dominated by Liberal. The NDP gets shut out there all the time, but they're like single-digit vote share, which is really embarrassing. Okay. You're going to have to run this for a bit. I got to do a bathroom break.
Yeah. Oh, good.
I'll just mute myself.
Yeah, so. Take a little poke around here over in the west. Yeah, though, very much our kind of. I mean, it's not quite our Hollywood. Montreal, I'd say, is more of our Hollywood. Okay, we got like a Liberal riding up here. West Vancouver. So, Guy Country. Major cities go mostly the Liberals, although Kenny Kwan pulling ahead here, but that could easily be taken over by the Liberals as well. I've literally neck and neck here in Burnaby. Like 488 votes tied. So as more polls come in, probably gonna flip to the Liberals, I'd say. I'm like, if it's like problems with the lights at night, they've got like those. What are those? Like refracting glasses or whatever. You put them on and they cancel out the secondary lights, like polarized lenses. East, slight conservative lead there. Significant one in Richmond Center. Slight conservative lead in Delta. These could flip liberal as time goes on, and then I guess this is Elizabeth May's riding down here. Yeah, that's Elizabeth May's riding right there. Yeah, leader of the Greens. This could flip conservative. 40 vote difference. This one's probably not, but this one could. Yeah, Southern Vancouver Island might. Yeah, and then Nanaimo's like pretty sure that could hold. Esquimalt, yeah, the NDP's getting thoroughly shut out there, so Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, that could go conservative. Taking a look at this, yeah, 155 plus 11. That's only 167. Leaving it. So if the with the elected plus leading, the Greens aren't even leading in two now. It's just going to be Elizabeth May. It's just going to be the leader of the party and no one else. As things currently stand, that Kitchener riding must have dropped back. 56 plus 11, 167. That's not enough. That's not enough for a majority. They need to make up 6 more. So then,
all right, I'm back.
Yeah, so yeah, that Kitchener one must have dropped back because now it's only Elizabeth May that's representing the Greens.
Oh yeah, that's going to go back and forth all night. It'd be fun to watch it actually because it's a 3-way race, and you know me, I love a good 3-way.
Well, and hey, and like an optimal 3-way, everyone finishes at the same time.
Depends on who you invited over. Because if it was just a hooker, well, you might be in for. Let's just say you might need a mop and a bucket afterwards.
Well, I mean, it's better than that long pole one where you got like 100 people fishing at the same time.
Oh God.
That one you don't.
Right.
That one you. A mop bucket ain't enough for that. You just need Jack Murphy. How many Murphys do you need to clean this mess up?
Well, the NDP picked up another one for 11. Leading, obviously. Leading.
Yeah.
They're currently elected in nothing. So,
yeah.
Not a lot of confidence in those.
Yeah, well...
anyways,
yeah, like
I did want to explain why that 172 number is so important.
Yeah.
Because I think we breezed over that. So when you form a government, there's something called good governance principle. And it's essentially what's referred to as the confidence of the House. In order to have the legitimacy to continue governing, you must maintain the confidence of the House. What that means is when you pass a budget bill or a throne speech or any other major piece of legislation, if it doesn't pass the House, it automatically triggers an election because the government has lost its legitimacy to govern. The other way to trigger that is if a member of the cabinet votes against your bill. So kind of like, so Trump has his cabinet, right? His executive government picks. In Canada, members of the cabinet are also legislators. So it'd be like picking members of the cabinet from the House of Representatives. And so if a member of what's called the Executive Council votes against their own government, that can cause the government to fail. Typically, I don't think that's ever happened in Canada's history. Typically, what would happen if a cabinet minister disagrees with the leader, they would resign. They tender their resignation. The reason that the 172 number matters is because Canada has 343 ridings. So obviously, if you have 172, no one can, even if everyone votes against you, they can't defeat you. A bill passes with a simple majority. That's 50% plus 1. Now, if you're in a minority situation where the governing party doesn't have 172 seats, they need help from one of the other parties to pass their bill. And for the last 4 years, the NDP has been helping the Liberals pass their spending bills. And so there was never a collapse of the government. So the Liberal plus the NDP, if it doesn't get to 172, it is possible that they have to go to a third party and ask them to prop up a bill. Now, the Bloc Québécois is a regional Quebec-focused party, but it tends to be a bit more conservative than any of the other three parties. Of course, the Conservatives would never help the Liberals pass a bill because they see themselves as the legitimate, other governing party. So, the reason that 172 number matters so much, and it's going to be that progressive left side of the spectrum. Now, the Green Party sits in the weird place in the political compass because they are, like the name says, they are environmentally focused. But when it comes to fiscal responsibility, they tend to be quite a bit to the right on that issue. Also, they have a massive problem with anti-Semitism in that party. So it's got a very weird dynamic. So the Greens would reliably vote with the Liberals on many things, but when it comes to stuff like financial corruption, the Green Party would absolutely vote against that. The Bloc Québécois, if you're not filleting Quebec every single moment, they will vote against you. So if the Liberals plus the NDP can't get to 172, that minority government may not last very long. Now, in our Westminster system, the party that wins the most number of seats, regardless of majority or minority, gets the first chance to form government. And then they immediately go into a confidence vote. If that confidence vote fails, and again, it would be all of the ridings, right? So the 343 ridings voting, and if they can't get to 172 in the vote, there is an immediate second election, and we do this all over again. Now, sometimes, especially if the government falls very quickly, the Governor General may go to the party that came in second place, especially if they came in second place by a very close margin. Currently, we have the Liberals at 154 leading and elected, and the Conservatives at 152. So if those numbers were to hold, and obviously the math doesn't add up because some ridings aren't filled in yet. But anyways, if those numbers were to hold, obviously the Liberals don't have enough to form their 172 confidence majority.
Because
the Bloc and the Conservatives gang.
The Conservatives have really pulled ahead recently. That's actually quite impressive how much they've closed the gap.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, what the Governor General may do instead of calling a new election is go to the Conservative Party and say, hey, can you put together 172 votes? And so what the Conservatives would do is negotiate with the other parties and say, hey, NDP, what would it take for you to vote for us? And then the NDP would say, go pound sand, motherfucker. But then the Bloc would be like, okay, no, here we have a list. We have a list of things we want.
You'll come to me because you need the Bloc Québécois.
You need the French connection.
And then it was, you come to me on your knees.
So if you see that 152 plus 25 is easily more than 172, that would be a coalition to form a functioning government. The thing is, though, the Liberals are at 154. The Liberals get the first chance at government, and the Bloc can say, well, I think the Liberals will give Quebec what they want more than the Conservatives will give us what they want. And so the Bloc can say, well, we'll support the Liberals to get them through this vote. Now, I don't know if the Bloc's going to be so keen to do that because the Bloc went backwards. They went from 32 seats currently down to 25. And there are several seats that are in a dogfight to win. They may be as low as 20 by the end of the night. Each Bloc seat that they lose and the Liberal gains gets the Liberals closer to 172. So we really need the Bloc to hold that 25 or even run it up a little more. If the pollsters predicted that the Bloc, like I said at the start of the night, would be down to 23 seats. And I said, well, no, I think they're going to outperform and get up to like 25 or so. I don't remember exactly what number I said, but 25 or 26. But if they make it all the way up to 30, that would basically cost the Liberals their chance at government. So, great comment.
Yeah. Well, again, like I'm looking over kind of at the West Coast where things aren't quite as settled. And the NDP are probably, like, I can see them losing this seat right here.
Yep.
Yeah, and then this seat right here is also
depend on early.
Like, this is going to Liberals or Conservatives. Like, the NDP are definitely losing this spot right here. Pretty solid holding this one. Oh yeah, so Victoria, capital city, going to go to the Liberal. But Esquimalt, that's anybody's game. And honestly, could go to the Liberals, could go to the Conservatives. Cowichan's got a pretty good chance of going Conservative.
See, here's the fun thing about these numbers on Vancouver Island. If it goes NDP or Liberal, it really doesn't matter. It still plays to the same number.
Yeah.
Right? It's got to go Conservative to actually cost them, or Bloc Québécois in Quebec, to actually cost the Liberals their chance at government. Because remember, if Liberal plus NDP equals 172, then they have a government. And they'll be able to survive a confidence vote. Because Jagmeet Singh is going to be like, his party got fucking obliterated.
Let's actually check on his area, see, because I don't think he's even winning in his spot. Yeah, no, he's third. Yeah, he's third.
Yeah. By the way, if a leader is defeated in their own riding, they don't stop becoming the leader. So typically a leader will appoint a government whip. And whipping the vote, because we have such a very strong party system, where the loyalties, like if you vote against your own party's wishes, you typically get ejected from the party and you sit as an independent. So they'll have what's called a party whip, and that's someone the leader chooses who actually has a seat in the House of Commons. And that is who organizes, which way the whole party's going to vote on certain issues. So the NDP went into this election with 24 seats. They were in fourth place to the Bloc Québécois at 33 seats. Going down to single digits, because the way it broke out here, Graham, I'm going to send you a link so you can pull something up.
All right.
It'll just be easier to explain this to everyone. It's a Wikipedia link, and it's going to have a table showing like where the parties stood, their seats before the dissolution. So it'll be easier to explain this if you're showing that number.
All right. So.
You have to scroll down a bit, but
trying to see if we can get everything on the screen at once. It's gonna be a little small, guys, but there. Now we can see.
Oh, no. Go down. There's a table. There's a very handy table.
This table? The one with the map on it, or further down?
No, keep going. Because I just need to see numbers.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So the numbers on the far right was the standing before the dissolution. So, and then the last election was 2021, and you'll see what each party won in that election. The change in those numbers would be people who resigned during the term. So you'll see that the Bloc actually won a riding, went up from 32 to 33. The NDP went down, 25 down to 24. So that's where everyone was standing. The Greens were 2. So if you and by the way, because of redistribution, we only had 338 ridings. So you need, what was it? 338? It's one. What's the majority? God damn it! My fast math is failing me.
120. There's 119.
No,
exactly. No, 170.
Yeah, 169 was the number for majority.
So it would have to be 170 because 338 divided by 2 is exactly 169. So to get 50% plus 1, you'd need 170.
Oh yeah, 170. Yeah. Yeah, because they added 4 seats, so obviously 172 for the majority is 2. Okay, anyways, so yeah, you needed 170 to get the majority, and if you add up 152 and 24, you'll see that they easily had more than 170. So that's why the Liberals were able to survive for 4 years. The biggest loser of the night, if the NDP gets knocked all the way down to, and it looks like the Liberals are going to finish either at 160 or 152. The problem for the Liberals is if the NDP gets wiped out to 6 seats, that's not enough to get to 172. Not even close. So they need another party to come in and prop them up. And because the bloc is going down as well, the bloc's only going to end up probably less than 33, quite a bit less than 33. It's the Conservatives who are gaining. They're going to probably be up at 150. And so that's why we keep talking about this magic 172 number. And that's why we also keep saying like Liberal plus NDP will equal the result of this election. So every time a seat flips between the Liberal and the NDP, it doesn't do anything. Doesn't mean anything. It's the seats that flip between Liberal and Conservative or Liberal and Bloc. Those are the ones. Trying to follow this Parliament-style election. Okay, enough of the nerd stuff. Let's go back and check some interesting races.
Fascinating shit.
I'll see if I'll see if I can come up with some like more fun trivia for certain ridings. Like I basically will know just about everything in these Alberta ridings. I've stomped
Sudbury apparently.
Oh, Sudbury, home of the giant nickel. It's like a massive 40-foot high nickel.
Yeah, because that's like our biggest nickel mine.
Yeah.
There's one fast Dak ain't in here. Honestly, if I had more communication with Dak, I probably would have invited him on. He'd actually probably have something to say. Well,
that's a Liberal incumbent, so that even if they hang on to that seat, they're not going to gain anything there. I'm just going to check back in Toronto real quick. So yeah, Sudbury was heavily redistributed in the boundary. So Canada's got like a gerrymandering kind of thing. It's not as bad as the States. At least the boundaries make geographic sense. Like these northern areas get sectioned off. Cities tend to be their own riding instead of like cut into thirds for some stupid reason. The PPC is doing all right in Sudbury, which is kind of, I don't know how to explain that. I'm gonna check in on that one blue dot, Mount Royal in Montreal. Oh, yeah, it's still blue. They've done 50 polls and he's still winning. That would be the big upset of the night.
Let's see if Pierre Poilievre is any closer to winning. No, Pierre. Elizabeth May is going to be the only leader with her own seat at this rate.
By the way, the reason that this is going to take a long time to count is because of all those names. It's like 150 people on the ballot. So they actually have to like unfold the ballot and count.
Yeah, the ballot's probably the length of a fucking shopping list.
Yeah, so that's going to take a long time to put the result in. I haven't seen any evidence that Pierre would lose his seat.
Yeah,
he would have lost a little bit of his support in the redistribution. But that area tends to be quite conservative. It's the outer suburb of Ottawa.
Where's Carney at?
Carney is he Toronto?
I have no idea.
I am not sure.
I'll search it on a different tab. Mark.
I feel like he would be Toronto. He is a banker after all.
Nepean.
Oh, Nepean should be beside Ottawa. It should be right beside Poilievre.
Yeah, here he is, Nepean, right here. He found it completely by chance. Yep, there he is. Yep, solid lead.
Well, yeah, that's closer to the downtown of Ottawa, so very liberal area. Ottawa, as a city as a whole, is liberal, so when you get close to the downtown, no surprises there.
Yeah, like it's our Washington, D.C. Are you getting a hold of Dak on Discord? Do I have Dak on Discord?
Well, the Greens are back in the lead in Kitchener Center. If they lose this riding, it will be to the Conservatives. So, that would be a benefit.
Place to pay attention to, anyway.
Yeah, Terra Nova is still looking. Yeah, still same at 4 polls left to report. In fact, those 4 polls are probably the special and mail-in ballots, so those probably will not get counted tonight. That riding's probably going to a mandatory recount. Oh, I lost your stream. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if I can find some other fun stuff to talk about. Um, zoom in on one of the block ridings in Quebec. It's going to be the one on the right side, just beneath Labrador. It's Côte Nord.
Côte Nord?
Do you see that big eye in the middle?
Yeah.
So that's a meteorite impact. That's actually a crater from back when, a very long time ago, long before there were people here. But yeah, it made a giant hole in the ground and then it filled with water.
Then what? Like, did we get an actual island on the center of it, or?
Yep. Because that's part of the Canadian Shield, and the Canadian Shield is made out of some very tough rock. So it's not like it hit sand or anything. It just like, boom, hit like solid, like mantle of the earth. It's like 2 bells ringing against each other. So you could just imagine the shockwave that thing produced.
Wow.
So there's your fun little Canadian trivia for you.
Actually, looking at the numbers right now, Conservative plus Bloc is exactly 172 in the estimate.
Ooh.
Yeah, whereas Liberal plus NDP is only 168. So. That Kitchener riding is going to actually be pretty damn important.
Oh shit! Can you imagine? Okay, that one's no, that one's gonna go Liberal. That's not gonna. Yeah, they called that one. They called that one.
Yeah, no, Liberals aren't going to win this. It's neck and neck between the Green and the Conservatives.
That's interesting. But yeah, typically where the Green does well, the Conservatives tend to take second place. It's weird. I don't really know if I can explain it that well.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like personally, I would think that the Greens would be more of kind of liberal-minded with the whole like supporting green tech stuff.
Okay, Sault Ste. Marie Algoma is an interesting one. You know where Sault Ste. Marie is?
Northern Ontario?
Yeah, it's going to be that right tip of Lake Superior. It's one of the red ones.
Yeah.
On the right side.
I'm going a little.
That's a much closer race than I was expecting. The NDP used to own this riding.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that is a neck and neck race. That's, what, 240-ish votes.
Yeah, that's unexpected. So Sault Ste. Marie is a well-known steel town in Ontario. Also on Lake Superior, so it's also a sort of like a freighter and port area. Not a very big one because it's, Thunder Bay would be much bigger in terms of a port. But it still has one, and they do some shipping through the Great Lakes through Sault Ste. Marie. I was interested to see what would happen with the Trump tariffs on the steel industry, which is centered in Sault Ste. Marie, and then Hamilton, Ontario, would be the other steel place. So let's see if we can pull up Hamilton Center, which used to be NDP for the longest time, but I think it's going red.
Yeah, it looks like, we're going red. Conservatives, not too far behind in second. Conservatives could pull ahead here. It's very much a 3-way split.
Yeah, Hamilton West is where McMaster University is. So these like university towns tend to be quite liberal. Same think of like Madison, Wisconsin.
More significantly there, Dundas has been called for the Liberals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Burlington's very liberal, but Hamilton Center could go conservative.
Well, and you'll see that it's an NDP incumbent. Like they used to do really well there. And it seems like the Trump tariff effect is moving NDP voters over to the Liberals. But, don't count the Conservatives out in that race either. They used to not be competitive there.
Yeah, that's probably where the split's happening because, like, you're probably having a whole bunch of the people who were with the NDP who were like the holdover from the Union days, and they're probably
because
jumping
Steel Town, right?
Yeah, and they're
big
jumping,
steel mills.
Yeah, and they're jumping to the Conservatives, and then the ones that were very much on board with Jagmeet Singh are probably jumping over to the Liberals. So,
yeah, but I'm seeing like there's some evidence to suggest that some of them jump to the Conservatives too. Like,
well, that's the thing. Like the Union guys would.
Yeah, so had the PPC 1.1%.
Yes.
Behind the Green Party. Yeah, that party is an embarrassment. They should just fold it up and call it, you guys tried. You tried.
Like you gotta get like some actual charisma going and have some sort of solid vision.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Leduc Wetaskiwin went back to the Conservatives, so the nature has corrected itself. Yeah, the Conservatives were always going to win that one. It was just weird that it was polling so well. Edmonton Strathcona. So Edmonton Strathcona is home of the French Quarter in Canada.
Actually, I think
it's like it's one of the largest populations of French speakers outside of Quebec, or in Western Canada, because there's a lot of French speakers in Ontario too, Northern Ontario. But it is the largest concentration of French francophone speakers, I would say, in the prairies.
Well,
is Edmonton Strathcona.
Oh, hold over from the Métis, right? Something like that.
Yeah. So it'd be the influence of the Métis, but also just culture. The Strathcona Uptown Center is like the closest thing we have to New Orleans French Quarter. They even have their own version of Bourbon Street there. It is a fun place to have a party, but it is very, very left. Like wine sipping NDP or so. Like these are people who are true socialist communists.
Like true champagne socialists.
Yes, champagne socialists.
Actually, no, this is because Abitibi here has actually just really pulled ahead for the Liberals.
Abitibi.
Abitibi.
You said titty.
Abitibi.
Okay, it looks like the Edmonton Griesbach. And so I'm over in Alberta right now. I'm just looking at updating some of the Alberta races because now we have a lot more data from them.
Yeah. Little NDP spot. Oh, and it just turned Liberal. Okay, yeah. Calgary Confederation's basically a 50-50 split here.
Okay, I don't know why they have an incumbent thing beside Jeremy Nixon. I'll explain that in a second. But go up to Edmonton. There should be a little orange dot in the middle of all the blue.
There it is.
Yeah, okay. So that's Edmonton Strathcona. That one's easily going to stay with the NDP. So when I said the NDP was good for 8 ridings, it's like 6 in British Columbia, 1 out in one out in Ontario, and then this one in Edmonton.
Huh?
Yeah, they're well on their way to winning that one, and they probably will win it. The blue one right above it, it's called Edmonton Griesbach.
That's pretty solidly conservative.
Yes, but you see that Blake Desjardins was the incumbent. This was an NDP riding that they stunned the Conservatives with. Okay, here's some history about this riding. The PPC vote total was about 1,000 votes, and Kerry Diot lost by 800 votes. Now look what happened to the PPC vote.
Yep. They're just barely ahead of the Greens for 4th.
Yeah. So the vote split actually cost a seat for the Conservatives here, and it seems like they've learned their lesson and are just coalescing around the Conservative. Kerry Diott used to be an MP for this area, and then he was defeated by Blake, and then he decided to Kerry decided to run again. Looks like he's going to get a seat back. Edmonton Centre is like a 2-vote difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals. This would be a steal from the Liberals.
Yeah, Edmonton it's Centre. Anyone's race here.
Oh, and it just changed when you clicked on it.
Exactly, just flipped.
So, again, PPC vote 134, but that's within the margin. Now, at the end of the day, I think when all the votes are counted, I don't think that 134 is going to hold up and make a big difference. But
right now, it does. Heck, the freaking independent for Gregory Bell makes. There's a lot of independents here, actually. Oh God, is this another one of those?
No, it's not.
No.
There's the Christian Heritage Party, the Communist Party.
And the Maple
I know that, I don't know her personally, but I've heard of Naomi Rankin before. She runs for the Communist Party.
And the Maple Lover Party.
Yeah. Edwards de la Marin? How do you say that? Oh, it's Marin Edwards de la Oh, he's probably fucking around. And a Christian Heritage Party at 49 votes. Anyways, Edmonton Centre could possibly get coughed to the Liberals by the margin of the PPC vote. So, but again, because the PPC vote is so small at 137, I'm thinking those 137 voters would have just stayed home instead of voting for Conservative. So it's kind of like a false flag. I mean, yes, it's within a margin of error, but I'm pretty sure those voters would not have voted Conservative. I think they would have just stayed home and not voted. Now the turnout in Canadian elections tends to be about 50%, right? So most people do stay home.
Yeah. Now, actually, here's a bit of a funny voter thing. So a while back when I was kind of going on tourist thing overseas, I ran into some Australians, and we ended up talking politics briefly. Because Australia has... Well, both they have tiered voting, and they also have a mandatory voting, so everyone has to vote.
Yes, compulsory voting.
Yes, compulsory. And so what's interesting is there's a phenomenon there with what they call the apathy vote, where essentially whoever is at the top of the ballot is going to get a whole bunch of people who will just write 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever down the ballot and not give a shit. So there's actually competition to jockey for positioning on the ballot, because that can often determine how many votes you get from the apathy vote. So I thought that was a neat little story. I ended up using it later in a political discussion as an example of why compulsory voting is not necessarily a good idea.
No, because you can end up with some really weird results. Oh, the Greens lost Kitchener again. And Calgary's solid blue now. Okay. Oh, yeah. I was going to explain about Jeremy Nixon. So, by the way, Calgary Centre and Calgary Confederation are two of the most liberal parts of Calgary. That's downtown Calgary and uptown Calgary. The boundary between those two ridings is the Bow River. So there's a lot of like very wealthy, rich people in downtown Calgary, all that oil money. But then like the uptown part of Calgary, up the hill, out of the valley, that's like your progressive millennial, like a lot of very dense buildings there, and single person units, not even single family, just single person units. So the Liberals tend to do pretty well here. When the Liberals win a majority, they tend to win one of these Calgary ridings too. Calgary Centre is the one most likely to flip. But Calgary Confederation was always on the margin too. So like a bad day at turnout, and you could easily lose it.
Yeah.
So Greg McLean's the incumbent. He's been there for a couple of years now. That Lindsay Chang, I don't know who that is. I've never heard of them before. I've never heard of Robert Hawley either, but again, PPC just like barely registering on the map here. And then there's a Rhinoceros Party candidate with 37 votes, which is hilarious. Jeremy Nixon in Calgary Confederation, he's not the incumbent. He won the nomination because Len Weber retired. So he's never won Jeremy Nixon never won an election in this riding. The previous MP didn't run again. He retired. They held a contested nomination. Or no, sorry, he was appointed by Pierre. There was no contested nomination. Funny enough, if you head over to the west of Calgary, it's called Calgary Signal Hill. Jeremy Nixon ran against David McKenzie for the nomination. So he originally ran in a different riding, lost, and then Pierre just put him in Calgary Confederation as an appointment. So quite a bit of backroom deals going on in there. And not a fan of those backroom deals. Not a fan at all. Okay, currently the Liberals are leading in 162 seats with the NDP in 9. They are 1 seat away from 172.
NDP just dropped to 8.
Oh, who'd they give that to?
The NDP actually is on the board now. They're tied with the Greens.
Hooray! Oh yeah, did they call Elizabeth Macy? They had to.
They surely they have. She was leading by.
Yeah, they called her. Yeah. So and then what they call for the NDP? They're gonna. Ooh, the Northern Island flipped Powell. North Vancouver Island, Powell River flipped. Ooh, that would be a shocking loss for the NDP.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, I was not. I thought for sure that they'd hold that one. Like the South is conservative. I figured those would flip, but the North, what?
Well, let's see. Where have they declared the NDP the winner? I don't see one.
Central Island is still.
Jagmeet Singh is still third and way behind. He's behind over 1,000 votes.
Yeah, Singh's not getting it. There's no chance in hell he's getting it.
Well, they didn't call none of it. They should, though, so the NDP should end up with 2 seats.
Westminster's anyone's game. It could go Liberal Conservative. It's just not going to be NDP. So Jagmeet's whipping boy is not going to be there either.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Man, if the Conservatives pulled that rabbit out of their hat.
Yeah, Vancouver Kingsway is not going to matter because it's Liberal or NDP. Vancouver East pretty thoroughly.
Let's check in Transcona, Elmwood. That's the other NDP.
Yeah, no, Burnaby could 100% go to the Conservatives.
That would be scary.
Elmwood, you said?
We're gonna have a long night here. I think. We are far away from figuring out what the result is.
This is good.
Okay, Winnipeg Center is probably going to go NDP, so you can probably count that one. Oh, they got defeated in Elmwood Transcona. They called the result there. Kildonan St. Paul is going pretty heavy conservative. So the NDP has lost one of their seats there. I still haven't found one that they've called solidly for the NDP.
Abitibi, I think, is going to be neat because that's between the Liberal and the Bloc.
Abitibi.
Yeah, Abitibi. Abitibi.
I sound like Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
No, they haven't called. They haven't called Strathcona either. I can't find the one seat that they called for the NDP.
Probably
probably
one of those really tiny, city ones. I'm just gonna see if I can find where the Kitchener one is, so I can star that real quick.
Oh, you just discovered you could star the ridings?
Yeah, just now.
You boomer.
First time I've actually used an election freaking website to look at shit.
I thought you were a Canadian. I thought you cared.
I'm Canadian because I don't care.
Oh, I don't know. I think we care quite a bit. I think the whole Trump thing has proven we care a lot.
Yeah, okay, about American elections, sure.
I cannot find this one elected NDP person.
Here we are. Kitchener.
Okay, well.
Kitchener Centers. Conservatives have pulled pretty far ahead in the Kitchener Center.
Okay, yeah. Well, there's still quite a few polls to go through there.
There is, but like that's the biggest lead I've seen all night.
Well, Kitchener Center is an urban, like a working class town. Down into the south end, where Cambridge and Conestoga are a lot of manufacturing going on there. So Kitchener-Waterloo is an interesting city. Waterloo is a big university town. They actually have 2 university campuses there, Wilfrid Laurier and the University of Waterloo. University of Waterloo is one of Canada's most renowned engineering universities. It's also the headquarters of BlackBerry.
Yeah, no, I actually went there for a year.
University of Waterloo?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, wouldn't you know it?
Yeah.
I've toured the campus before. Like I actually would remember quite a bit about being there.
Yeah, I could probably still find my way around if I went back there.
Yeah. I wonder if that you remember that one building they built entirely out of glass? Right close to the BlackBerry campus?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I think they're science and engineering building. But it's like built entirely out of glass panels, and I'm like, the first hailstorm that comes through that area is going to do a fuck ton of damage.
Well, every time I see like those buildings where it's mostly glass, I always think insulation must be such a bitch.
Oh, they could do double paned or whatever.
Well, still, like you're going to tell me that double pane glass is equivalent to like brick and wood?
I mean, if there's an air gap, it actually is pretty good at it. Anyways, the problem would be overheating with the greenhouse effect.
Exactly, with the sunlight. So you got to keep that shit cool. So
yeah, but anyways, so if you're hanging around that Kitchener Waterloo area, the writings around it are pretty interesting. Guelph. That's an ag town, very big ag town in Guelph.
Yeah,
agriculture. It's like a massive research university. University of Guelph is like a massive agricultural research university. I think it'd be second only to the one in Saskatchewan or Saskatoon. But anyways, yeah, Kitchener Center currently blue. Pretty decent lead, okay. Kitchener South Hespeler is where Cambridge is. There's a ton of manufacturing in that area. And then Kitchener-Conestoga, which is the area that surrounds that city. It's all farmland. Liberal incumbent currently losing to a conservative challenger. Kitchener-Conestoga includes a renowned farm town called St. Jacobs. It's got one hell of a farmer's market there.
St. Jacobs Farmer's Market.
Yeah, St. Jacobs Farmer's Market. If you go there, if you're ever in that area, go to St. Jacobs Farmer's Market. You'll enjoy it. You'll have a good time there. It's really cool.
I haven't been there in a long time.
Does smell like horse shit, though.
I mean, it's Southern Ontario. Like, you get used to it.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Are the fun facts? I don't know. We got 8 people watching still, so I don't know if the fun Canadian facts are working for them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, because like Southern Ontario is kind of my old stomping grounds, so I'm just trying to think, like, what. I mean, we've got kind of the Niagara West. Like, the little fun fact is that there's a little microclimate around here that's so warm we grow grapes. We actually have vineyards and shit down here.
Oh, get graped.
No. We grapes. Like, not the allegory.
Yeah, gang grapes.
Well, no, that's Hamilton. That's Hamilton.
No, that's
Burlington.
No, that's Brampton.
Brampton. Yeah.
Thanks for the update, AC. But I'm trying to, I'm trying to play to chat as well.
Yeah, no, you guys did show up, so we got to at least try to be entertaining, do you?
Yeah, we've made some money on this stream.
That is true.
Going to the bank with that.
Oh yeah.
Don't spend it all in one place. Don't spend it all on one thing of eggs.
Well, I mean, 581. Interesting to see if that does actually get me a carton of eggs nowadays.
I don't think so. I think it'd be like $6 for a thing of eggs.
Probably not. Maybe the cheap ones or the small ones.
God, we're so pathetic.
Like,
Canada is so fucked.
Yeah, we need the Canadian version of like buy me a coffee is like buy me some eggs. Buy me some breakfast.
Yeah. All right, where are we sitting? 119 to 113 for Liberals to Conservative with 18 Bloc, 1 NDP, 1 Green. In the leading plus elected, 162 plus 8. There would be 2. Counting the Greens, they'd be 1 seat short of being able to pass their majority, which means that Conservative plus Bloc is currently exactly 172.
Oh, we just had a shift. Now they'd be 173. Yes, there's a conservative liberal battle going on somewhere.
Oh, there's tons of liberal conservative battles, especially those seats in Calgary and Edmonton. Oh, I see a red dot in the middle of British Columbia. Kelowna is going back and forth. That would be a bad win for the Liberals, stealing that seat from the Conservatives.
Significant too. It's like 900, but they're only halfway through the polling, so it could shift.
Another NDP seat just got coughed up on Vancouver Island, Cowichan.
Yeah, I know.
So Courtney looks like it's solid. Courtney is pretty solid NDP. I think it's going to stay that way. Saanich, let's see. Saanich, that's definitely liberal. Cowichan's too easy. Alistair McGregor is the most fucking, what is that, Scottish? Or no, sorry, that's Irish.
Irish.
No, that's Irish, sorry. Yeah. That's got to be the most Irish name I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, I almost mixed up my Scottish from my Irish. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, no, get strangled with a kilt for that.
Looks like Nanaimo's going to go Conservative. Oh my God. North Island, Powell River. Okay. Aaron Gunn. Aaron Gunn was the guy who got in a big controversy for denying that there were dead children at the Kelowna residential school.
Well,
which turns out there's not.
Yeah,
he was right.
Yeah, it turns out that there has not been a single example of human remains at any of the sites they said there were.
Well, they told so Pierre Poilievre kind of like whiffed on this a little bit. Because people were complaining that Aaron's like, oh, he denied that the residential schools was a genocide on the native people. Don't get me wrong, the residential school system was fucked. Fucked. It makes the Trail of Tears look like a sunny vacation. But I don't know if it was a genocide. Like, at some point, intention does matter. They weren't trying to kill the kids. They were actually just trying to re-educate them.
Well, that's the thing.
It just turns out that, like all things the government does, they're very shitty at it. And then you get the result of like a quarter of the kids got raped. Fully 2/3 of them got like broken bones and stuff from the abuse. And like fully a quarter died of TB. Tuberculosis.
Yeah, well, like how many people die of fucking tuberculosis, period?
Not that many.
Not that many?
Not 25% of the population.
It's a disproportionately large amount of tuberculosis. Well, because here's the because at some point you kind of wonder, like, look, if you had a school in America that was, mostly black, large population of black students, and there was a lot of violence and death there, would you necessarily say that was a genocidal campaign?
Wait, say that again?
Like if you had like a school in the United States that was mostly black and there was a disproportionately large number of illnesses and deaths there, would you necessarily say that that is the fault of the teachers? Or would you look at the cell phone footage of what we see from those schools nowadays and go, oh yeah, that makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, the word genocide gets tossed around so casually. The way I interpret and define genocide is it's got to be like an intentional, okay, so for anyone who doesn't know, I went to law school. I actually just graduated last month, so I'm working in law right now. And intent is a very important word in criminal defense. I have always considered the definition of genocide to include intent. Intentionally working towards the death of people. And so when you look at places like Rwanda or Serbia, Holodomor, or even the forced marchings, right? The Armenian genocide in Turkey, like those were all intentional actions with their desired outcomes. The desired outcome with the residential schools was to beat the Indian out of the child, which, although it's terrible, it's not killing them.
Like, because here's the thing.
You can use the word cultural genocide because that would be more accurate. They did try to kill our culture and our language. They pretty much succeeded in a couple of areas. Like we have extinct languages in Canada from the First Nations, but cultural genocide is not genocide.
Yeah, but like counterpoint though, how many dead languages were there and extinct cultures were there before the white man showed up?
Oh yeah, I'm sure some tribes got wiped out by intertribal warfare, but again, is that just a genocide or is that war? Like,
that's the thing. Well, what's the difference?
Yeah, I think the difference is certainly the power. So the power the state held over the First Nations people was disproportionate, akin to every other genocide that has occurred, where you have a superpower bullying either a minority or a powerless majority. Like some of the mass killings that Saddam Hussein did in Iraq, his like religious sect of Islam was technically the minority in Iraq, but he conducted a mass killing of the religious majority. I'm not sure that quite qualifies as a genocide. But that's the thing.
But that's religious war. That's not.
Yeah, it's just a war. Like Muslims killing each other is the oldest thing on earth.
Yeah, like because here's the thing. Because like, at what point do you switch from like, oh, we're killing you because you are ideologically opposed to us, versus we're killing you because you have significant genetic difference from us? Like, why is one necessarily considered that much worse than the other?
What about the shape of the skull? Anywho.
Yeah. But like that's the thing.
Going on from, what is that called? Phrenology? Yeah, phrenology. So. By the way, I did find the one NDP seat that they have elected.
Oh, where is it?
It's in Montreal. Rosemount. Rosemount, Le Petit, Petrie.
Oh yeah, actually, speaking of which, let's check it on Carleton and see how Pierre's doing. He's doing better.
They still haven't counted any more ballots. It's still at 50.
50, yeah. Some of these independents got the double digits. Wait.
That's...
Hold on.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god. The independents. Wait, I don't even think the PPC's on this ballot. Nope.
Which kind of sucks. You'd think they would run against the leader of the Conservative Party, to like screw them over.
You think a French would do it?
Oh, we had a Peterborough flipped seats. Bay Quint flipped. Oh, there's a couple of Liberal flips here in Ontario. Kingston's pretty left. Let's check in on Oshawa.
What's the thing? Well, what we're seeing, at least from my thing, because like early you were predicting far more like Liberal dominance due to the late polling. Are you seeing that here? Because it doesn't appear that way to me.
Well, it does seem like several seats that were leading Bloc, because remember, the Bloc was up to like 25 at some point. Now they're down to 23. Those have benefited the Liberals. The Bloc and the Liberals tend to fight for the same seat. Peterborough was a late flip. That was blue before, and it became a late win for Emma Harrison. And that's toppling a Conservative incumbent. I'm not seeing that late, like even go back out to Newfoundland. Yeah, there was a late flip in Terra Nova. Yep. They have one poll outstanding and Liberals flipped it.
Yeah, I just find out about Central and Terra Nova, and now I'm already getting confused.
So yeah, Terra Nova flipped red, and then Cumberland Colchester was declared a Liberal victory. That is a big steal from the Conservatives.
Terranova's still like neck and neck, though. There's only a difference of, 46 votes? I mean, only one poll remaining. One poll left to go, so fair enough.
That's likely the mail-in ballot.
So, yeah, all right. All right.
Which in a general election, there usually isn't too many mail-in ballots. There might be some people traveling abroad, but like down in the States, in Florida. But this time of year, I think most of them would be back. Check out the blue in Nova Scotia. It got completely evaporated except for that one riding. So Cumberland Colchester flipped red at the last minute.
Oh, yeah, Central Nova's definitely.
Yeah, Central Nova's gone, then to the left of it, Cumberland, Colchester.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
So that was blue for the entire night. It just turned red now, and then they declared it the winner for the Liberals.
That's not an insignificant lead, too. It's still like 800-ish votes.
So actually, there's some oddity going on with the polls here because Nova Scotia is basically all declared. So there's not really any last minute results that are going to surprise anyone. 338 had the Conservatives taking 3 ridings in Nova Scotia, and they only ended up with 1. Then they had 0 in Newfoundland. The Conservatives ended up with 2. And then they're still fighting over that Miramichi Grand Lake riding, and then the rest have all been declared. So
New Brunswick, they're doing a little bit better too.
Yeah, I think Miramichi wasn't expected to go Conservative, but it looks like it's going to end up that way. Moncton Dieppe. Let's check in on some of these Bloc Québécois ridings. None of those are competitive. Abitibi.
Still could go to the Bloc.
Well, here's an interesting one. I don't know how I'm going to tell you to find this. It's like north of Montreal on the north side of the St. Lawrence. It's a teal currently. It's Berthier Mascanonge. Was it? Mascanongeny. You keep going a little bit more north. It's like halfway between Montreal and Quebec City. It's called Berthier.
There we are.
Yeah. So that is Bloc and NDP. You don't really, that is the oddity of the night. I haven't really seen the NDP competitive in any of these Quebec races.
Ruth Ellen Brosseau. Brosseau?
Okay, so Côte du Nord went Bloc. Gaspé L'Île de Madeleine. When we started the stream, we were talking about that. It has been called for the Bloc. Well, my prediction came true. If the Bloc won that riding, it was going to be a bad day for the Liberals, and it looks like they may lose their majority. They have lost their majority. They may lose the government, depending on what the Bloc wants to do. They will hold all the cards here with the NDP just utterly collapsing. Like, remember when I gave my history of the NDP and I said, like, the NDP basically owned Quebec and rode Quebec to 100-seat opposition? That's gone. That's gone. Like, they poll at 34% Quebec. Right now, they're not doing better than 5%. Yeah, they are so far behind in all these ridings. They won that one riding in Montreal.
Like, if we look at, like, combined for the predicted coalitions, you've got 169 for the Liberal NDP and then 173 for the Conservative Bloc.
Yep. Even if I go back to La Salvador, so Craig Sauvé, he's in 4th place. The Conservatives beat him. The Conservatives in downtown Montreal Or sorry, no, that'd be Uptown. That'd be um, LaSalle.
One, just
I'm not sure what part of Montreal. I know it's not downtown. I think it would be a slightly wealthier part of the island, being up against a lake or river like that. Anyways, 22,000 votes for the Liberals, 4,000 for the NDP. This was a riding that the NDP used to think they could win. Craig Sauve is like one of their star candidates. He's a highly charismatic person. Are you looking for LaSalle? It's going to be down on the riverfront. Down to where the bend is.
Yeah, LaSalle et Mard.
Yeah, Verdun. Craig Sauve running in fourth. Like, again, you're in like the city of Montreal proper, and the Conservatives are doing better than the NDP there. That's probably the shock of the night. But then that collapse of the NDP vote clearly benefited the Liberals because it used to be a Bloc Québécois seat. But there's actually two like Sauves that ran in that seat, Louis-Philippe Sauve and Craig Sauve. And apparently they're not related. And then Claude Gay, the guy's name, the Liberal, his name is Gay.
So we got Gay and Suave. Gay, Suave, Fisher.
Well, it's official, guys. Montreal's gay. Okay, so So, anyways, I don't know, Gray. Do you want to start hitting some YouTube videos to do some reaction? I want you to look up Craig Sauve NDP. See if you can find a video of him, and listen to him speak, and tell me like that guy would be a good politician. Cherry K. Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Because my daddy was gay. Wait, what? That don't make no sense.
Well. Let's see. I'm going to have to fiddle with my audio a bit here.
Oh, are we going to break the whole stream now? Well, there's only 7 people watching, so I think we're good. I don't know, man. It was fun hanging out.
Yeah.
I had a feeling that this wasn't gonna be such a quick result. I had a feeling that we were actually gonna have a little bit of a some things to watch.
So let me see here.
Oh, they called the second NDP seat as elected. Let's see if we can find which one it was. Might have been at Edmonton Strathcona.
All right, this might work if I...
Is it Courtney? No, it's not Courtney. What about Jessica? Nope, not Jessica. Ashley? Nope, no Ashley. Oh, they called Jenny Kwan over in Vancouver East. That's inconsequential. So yeah, the NDP have their second seat that they've won. Jagmeet Singh is guaranteed to lose his seat now. He is 4,000 votes behind.
All right, so here we go. I think I've got the audio fixed. Settings. So yeah, chat, be sure to let me know if like you can no longer hear Tim or if you can't hear the video.
Oh, here, let me pop the audio on. Yeah.
So I found this one from 11 years ago.
Yeah, so Craig Sauve used to be, I think he was either a mayor or a city councillor.
City councillor candidate for Projet Montréal in Saint-Henri-le-Petit, Bourgogne, Pointe-Saint-Charles. Charles talks about his attachment to his neighborhood and his desire. Charles.
Charles?
You get to the French accent, you pronounce everything differently.
Hello, King Charles.
King Charles the First? King Charles the Second?
we're not even drinking, and this is. Well, I'm drinking, but you're not, and that was pretty bad. All right, let's see if we can.
I'm not drunk enough to be this French.
That's the most Canadian thing that's ever been said. Okay. I don't hear an audio coming in on the stream for that video.
Yeah, not coming through that. Let me just check the.
Come on, you boomer. What's up, Bradley?
There we go. It's. Try. Yeah, oh yeah, I just gotta switch. This might do it.
A place for busy professionals.
There we go. Yeah, I just had to switch it over to the auxiliary input.
A place for seniors. People might not always think it, but Montreal is a place for families too. The southwest of Montreal, however, is facing radical change these days. Pointe-Saint-Charles, Little Burgundy, Saint-Henri, Griffin.
It is Saint Charles. I was pronouncing it right.
Town. A real estate boom is underway in our borough. We've got to properly use the tools we have to make room for families, respect local heritage, and ensure sustainable development. Some families are being pushed out of their homes. We've got to make sure that we have accessible and affordable housing for all citizens. At Projet Montréal, we're not against change or development. We just want to make sure it's done in a way that benefits everybody and that makes our neighborhoods stronger. In Montreal, you can see the memories of our past in all the neighborhoods. Our heritage isn't for sale. It belongs to us all. We want communities. We want dynamic neighborhoods. We want diversity and harmony between economic and social groups. We want to support local small businesses which color our main streets and which are integral to our culture. Citizens should feel proud of Montreal again, because a better Montreal is possible. A Montreal we all believe in. And that's why I'm running for city councillor. I want to be a part of that positive change.
Dang. All right. So that was 4 notes on a piano. Yeah, I actually got the facial tick when they said diversity. I got a triggered reaction to that these days. Shit. Hold on, I gotta make. I don't think you're coming through here. One second. Oh, you can hear yourself on the thing. Okay, cool. I wasn't hearing you, but we got one sec. I'll fix that. No, I just shuffling around. Like there's, I don't know. It'd be a bit much to explain, but like I got just a whole bunch of output, so I just got to switch the output device to the aux output, and then it's going out. But I think you should be coming through now.
All right,
little test.
Check.
Yep. Say something else.
Something else.
Yep. There we go. You're coming through on the desktop audio.
Okay. Good. Now I gotta mute stream again because I hate hearing myself when I talk. I don't know how. I think the DJs can do it, but I don't know how. It's so distracting to hear yourself.
Actually, I heard that a while ago there was like a sound canceling device. Like you'd hold it and you'd point it at somebody, and it would give like a. And if they were speaking, it would like take their voice and send it back to them with a slight delay, like a radar dish, so that only worked on pointing to them, and it mentally shut down their ability to speak. Because like whenever I'm listening to myself talk, like I instinctively go quiet because like I'm interrupting myself. It's very hard to do that. It's very hard to monitor.
Oh no, I'm very good at interrupting people, including myself.
Well, have you tried listening to yourself on like a half-second delay?
Oh god, it's the worst.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, we have an upset win to.
Oh.
So remember, I was telling you keep an eye on Roman Baber in York Center. They declared him the winner. Right in the heart of Toronto, a Conservative won in Toronto. That's quite shocking. Why is my thing not? There we go. York Center. Roman Baber has been declared the winner. Oh, good job, Roman.
Trying to zoom in, but I guess everybody else is too. Like slow as molasses.
Yeah, I think the website's getting a little funky right now, but
Probably because everyone else is tuning in here now.
most people would be. Let's see where. Oh, Kitchener Center is currently blue. 700 vote margin.
Yeah, York Center, there you go. 4K votes, too. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, looks like they might actually go Conservative. Yeah, so that's a upset win. York Center going to Roman Baber. Yeah, the fact that the Liberal parties have won the election at all is a miracle. And Chrystia Freeland going around being like, well, we didn't get the majority, but we ran a great campaign. I'm like, oh boy.
That's like the Liberals got to be honest. They owe their victory to anti-Trump sentiments.
Yeah. Oh, the NDP is coughing up seats all over the place.
Kitchener Center's basically going blue.
Yeah. Nikki Ashton was defeated in Churchill, Northern Manitoba. Carrie Diot has defeated the NDP, Blake Desjardins.
Liberals and Conservatives are fighting over just last little handful of seats.
Well, they haven't called Jagmeet Singh's riding yet, but I think you could be pretty sure he's not going to win it. So I don't know why they're not making a big deal out of that. Are they going to call Courtney? Am I going to call Courtney? Am I going to call her back? Guys, is it cuck to call a girl back?
For more than a booty call, yeah.
What's
Vancouver
chat?
Vancouver Kingsway doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh, Burnaby
Central. That's probably
a hard
liberal.
time counting there. It's only 83 out of 200. I'm having a pretty hard time counting that. Okay, Carleton moved a lot. They counted 35 more polls, and the Liberals are still leading. God, you're right. Elizabeth May may be the only leader with a seat by the end of tonight.
Yeah, unless Kitchener Center suddenly pulls ahead. Well, no, Carney's also going to get his seat too.
Yeah, but he doesn't count.
Well, to be fair, Carney wasn't even elected later. He was just appointed.
Yeah, exactly. They parachuted him into one of the safest seats in Ottawa. There was a bit of a controversy there because where they put him, they had already run a nomination contest and they elected someone won the nomination contest, and then they just booted that person out and disqualified her, and then they dropped Mark Carney in that riding.
And of course, of course, they booted the woman out.
Yep. Oh, the Liberal Party in Canada has a long and storied history of like firing women, despite their like simping. By the way, Sault Ste. Marie went back to the Liberals. I pointed out that it was blue earlier, but it has gone back to red. Still hasn't been called though. It's a tight race and a long way to go.
A lot of BCs going to the Conservatives.
That's usual.
Typical?
Yeah, those areas are very rural because of the mountains. There's nowhere to build. So those are very conservative areas, even into Chilliwack and Hope. Once you get into the lower Frasers, when you get out of see all the conservative incumbents, like those were conservative before. There was no gains there. It's when you get into the Metro Vancouver area.
Yeah, like South Surrey, Liberals pulling ahead. It's still only 300, so that could flip back, but
Yeah, and then like
yeah, Surrey could go either way. Oh,
that
Fleetwood's
huge
really
ride.
close. Fleetwood's like 70 difference, and there's still 70-ish polls left.
Go Fleetwood Mac. All right. By the way, I've seen a percentage for the people who voted in the city of Vancouver. -18 for the NDP, +10 for the Liberals, +12 for the Conservatives. Percentage of the vote.
So more people came out, and the NDP still lost more votes.
-18%.
Yeah, then so yeah, like -18, and then +23 for other people.
Yep.
Congratulations,
way,
NDP. You did so bad, people came out to vote against you.
That big riding in northern BC up against the Alberta border, it's called Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah.
That area is deep, deep, deep blue. Very conservative. And the reason why is the mountains kind of skew up towards the left, so that where the border is a straight line is mostly prairie, and there's a ton of oil and gas up there. So it's mostly oil and gas workers. It's
So
just like that
so it's
part of BC
northwestern,
is just like Alberta.
So it's northwestern Alberta, but technically
Pretty
it's
much.
BC.
Yeah, if Alberta were to separate, that part of BC would go with it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you could honestly take a look at this and probably be like, well, we know what part of Canada is going to break off and join the U.S. It's just this big ass chunk right here.
Yeah, that big chunk of blue. Dabba dee dabba die. All right. Leading and elected. Elected 133 Liberals, 122 Conservative, 21 Bloc. So the Bloc basically has won the ridings they're going to win. There's only two more that haven't been called for them. So it looks like they're going to end right at that 23 mark, or 22 possibly.
Yeah, I mean they could pull ahead in Abitibi, maybe, but it would take. It's a sizable enough lead. Like if they got another 500, they could pull it off.
Abitibi.
Abitibi. Abitibi.
Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, so now that the races are starting to firm up.
Does that mean Alberta annex itself for the U.S.? I mean, probably. Like with the way things are, though, it is entirely possible that we may still get a coalition government between the Conservatives and the Bloc, and that would probably be enough to keep Alberta in Canada. No, doesn't work that way.
I mean, Carney did still win the election at the end of the day. He is going to form government. Oh, they called the third NDP riding. That's at Edmonton Strathcona, which was expected. Edmonton Center flipped back. Oh, they called Edmonton Center and it flipped back to the Liberals. Okay, well, that's not good. What is there left to call in Calgary? Liberals ahead in Confederation. Oh, come on, Nixon. If you lose that riding, I'm going to disapprove of you strongly.
Do a strongly worded angry letter.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is I actually have I have Jeremy Nixon's phone number. I actually could call him and register my disapproval.
It's like, we go, hey, Jeremy, fuck you, man. Really? Fuck you.
Really? Oh, I'm looking at the south end of Calgary. There's 3 ridings: Heritage, Midnapore, and Shepherd, and they are like deep blue. Calgary Heritage has a huge Jewish population, and the Liberals did pretty good there. The Conservative guy only got 61%, which is pretty low. In Midnapore, Conservatives did 65%. The PPC got 500 votes out of 64, 66. Out of 67,000 votes, the PPC got 500. They barely beat the Greens.
Jeez.
Barely. Yeah, it's not over yet, too. Like, they got 5 more polls left to count there. The Greens could pull ahead.
They can reclaim 4th place once again.
Calgary Shepherd is kind of surprising. That's a riding they had to redistribute and split in half because its population at one point was 170,000 people. It's one of the fastest growing parts of Calgary. So they had to split the riding in half, but Tom Kamich Tom Kamich is a Polish immigrant, or his family is a Polish immigrant, who survived under communism. And Tom is probably like one of the most anti-communist people you'll ever find. Because what a coincidence, if you live under communism... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm talking quiet according to AC.
Yeah.
Let me...
Let's rephrase that. If you survive communism...
Yeah, if you find enough food in communism, turns out you hate it.
I mean, there's typically food as an option in communism. It's just a matter of how are you for the other white meat?
Well, depends. How big a nose are we talking? Good old anti-Semitism. I should honestly just become a member of the Green Party. Anyways, what I was talking about, I guess while I was doing my quiet thing, speaking of Jews, Calgary Heritage.
Wait, would that be Calgary Nose Hill?
I know, I know, but that's not where they live. If there was a synagogue in Nose Hill, that'd be the greatest thing ever. Like, this is why you gotta have a little bit of introspection. All right? Build a synagogue in Nose Hill. And yeah. Go from there. The memes will write themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, the NDP is like they're on life support right now. One of their pollsters was like, "Oh, I thought we were going to win at least 12 seats. They're currently at 8." Anyways,
yeah, no, I'm just looking at the Northwest right now. Like, they'll probably get none of it. Like, that's almost their.
Well, that's within their 8, though. They're only elected in 3.
Trying to see if there's anywhere they're likely to lose. Bulkley Valley? They could lose Bulkley Valley if there's enough of a turnaround.
Yeah, we'll see. That's probably why they're not calling it yet. I see Jag Beats actually giving a speech right now. I'm just gonna listen into him, see if there's anything.
Send me the link. We'll pull them up.
It's just the CBC News live stream. It should.
Oh yeah, no.
The first link I sent you.
Yeah, I've got that here.
Be together here, folks.
Here we go.
Yeah, just play that.
Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you. Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada.
Yeah, no, not on Team Canada. You're on Team Not Trump.
He's going to do a shit job. I agree.
Yeah.
I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you.
He's got a pussy hat. Pussy turban.
Of course it's
Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time.
Those independents going, the fuck, man, I did do all this solo.
Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting.
Shut up already. Just tell us you're
Only
resigning.
defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream
Change
of a better
minus
Canada,
17.
a fairer Canada, a more compassionate
Vote
Canada.
share minus
I've met New
11.9.
Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table.
So here's the real question. Do you think he's hiding an earpiece under the turban?
I think he's hiding a bomb under the turban.
Oh, come on. You don't think he'd be enough
We
to
make room
sacrifice
for
himself?
everyone, because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all
after
of us
the night
to
he
live
just
the
had,
life
I
that we
would.
deserve.
Yeah, but you have a thing called pride, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
Yeah, you never
Honestly,
know.
I gotta
People
avoid
surprised
making
me
eye
before.
contact with certain people, 'cause then
That
it's
is
gonna get
true.
too
That
much
is
up
true.
here.
But I've
So
yet to see a
I just made the
politician,
mistake of doing that, so I'm
like
gonna
a
look
Canadian
right now.
politician, that I
You know
thought
who
had
you
a
are.
shred of
Don't
honor
look at
or
me,
pride.
What's his head? Dildo?
Almost
Oh, no,
8 years
I
ago,
like
was
pussy
elected
turban.
the leader of this incredible party, this incredible
Just,
movement.
sorry, this guy... God, like, I'm a millennial, and I can say this guy sounds like a millennial, and I want to punch him in the face.
Yeah, I mean, his English is pretty good.
Oh, yeah, no, English is
I
good.
worked really hard
That's the
to
thing.
be
You wouldn't
worthy
think
of
he was
this
an
trust,
Indian dude if
to
you,
live up to
like,
the
were just
legacy
hearing the
of our
voice.
movement. Hold on a sec, I guess.
But then you would think like, oh, okay, so maybe he's acceptable in Quebec, and Quebec's like, no, fuck you.
One more
Get out
sec.
of here.
One more sec.
Well, to be fair, that's what Quebec thinks about a lot of people.
No, definitely not the Liberals.
Tonight, I've been forward a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader
There we
as
go.
soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without. Here's a point. Give me a second to break down a bit.
So-
I couldn't have done it without the incredible support
she's
my
crying.
wife could have kidded.
Oh, he's gonna cry.
Yeah. Okay, so next poll we have to make. What's the skin color of the next NDP leader?
She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the
I
past
mean, he
couple
had
years,
to have
I've been regretting that I didn't
This
thank
is
her
the
on the
third
night
election
of the
as the
last
leader,
election.
and they shit the
So
bed
this
so
is my opportunity to make up
hard.
for it. She has literally been my rock. I
Well,
couldn't have done this
considering
without
that they
her.
shit the
Backed me
beaches
up.
too, it's par for the course.
Yeah. No, you shit the beach, all right.
Yeah.
By the way, while
She
he
has
was talking,
made-
they lost
she
another
has made
riding.
so many sacrifices to convince me that she's enjoyed
They
them
went down
all,
to
but I
7.
don't know.
Yep.
But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful.
Dude, stop
They lost-
talking.
I'm gonna give you a
You're gonna be down to. They're gonna be down to 6 by the time he's done talking.
Vancouver Kingsway went back to the Liberals. Oh yeah, he's 5,000 votes behind in Burnaby.
Also,
He's
I
not
might break
winning.
down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for.
Yeah, drink more, man. You gotta cry more, so you gotta drink more. Stay hydrated.
That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids.
See, this is why I need a Gator Sup sponsorship, so I can shill it right
I get a little
now.
emotional. I've also been supported
A
by my
hater
family,
raid.
and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing.
Haterade Shadow Legends.
How old the sponsorships?
My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathan.
What is this? An Academy Award is gonna thank the pool boy next?
That's probably the one screwing his wife.
And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws.
Well, he's
I
too busy
literally
screwing
couldn't
his
do this without
kids,
my
so.
in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're
Maybe
here.
we'll finally be able to deport them.
I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how
God.
important your parents
Nixon,
are.
if you
And your
lose
in-laws
Calgary
too, turns out.
Confederation,
So-
I'm going to kick your ass.
Personally gonna, yeah, we'll personally call you up, go to your house, book the appropriate time, and schedule your ass kicking.
Without great people, and you can't do this without a great family
God
supporting
damn
you.
it.
So thank you to my family.
Okay, currently the Liberals are at 170 combined with the NDP. And 171 if you count the Greens.
I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit.
Oh
trying
man,
to be
this
graceful
this
here, folks.
this actually physically
I also want
hurts
to thank
me.
my NDP caucus.
They're
This
so
is a team
close.
that
They just
together
need to
we
steal
brought
one seat away from
historic
the
change for
Conservatives,
people. We brought real change
who
in the
have
lives
now
of
dropped to
Canadians.
149.
I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years.
141.
And
No,
people
no,
that
we are not,
have
Jagmeet,
finished.
no.
So thank you to
If people were better off after your work for 8 years, you wouldn't be this far down in the polling.
Oh, by the way, here's why everyone hates this guy. So he had the ability to
caucus,
kill
honestly,
the Liberal government at any time.
I'm so
If he
thankful
pulled their
to them
support,
all.
the
We
Liberal
did
government
some
would have fallen
incredible
because
work
he was
together.
propping
Seriously,
them up.
every one of you,
The
thank
whole
you
the
from
magic
bottom of my heart.
170 number.
And I might break down this part too. Forgive
He
my
waited
take.
until the
I
very
can only
month
do this,
after
and we
he
can only do this
secured
work
his
because of a
pension.
great staff.
An MP secures
And
their
y'all just
pension
poured
if
your
they've
heart
been
into me,
elected
into
for
the
I
work that
think
we did,
6
so-
years. And they get a pension that it's like $100,000 per year pension they can retire on. So he waited until the month after his 6 years of service was up to kill the Liberal government. Because if he had killed it before and then lost his seat, he would not have gotten his pension. Well, now that he's got his pension, he can lose his seat, retire, and on he goes. And he'll live on the taxpayers' dime for the rest of his life.
It's very, very lucky that I might need a couple more glasses.
Yeah.
So just, if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great.
Plus, also, he's brown.
Y'all brought your talent,
That's the reason Quebec
your
hates him.
heart to the fight every day.
Yeah,
we
well.
treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love y'all. almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my
Jesus,
chest. One other
okay.
thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff.
Yeah, you could turn off of him anytime
Yeah,
you
good.
want.
Just, God, like the fucking cringe, man. It hurts. It hurts.
I'll keep watching, just on mute to see if any of the other leaders come up. Let's check in Carlton. Let's check Pierre's riding.
Think they're over halfway done counting by now?
Nope, not even close. They did. Oh, they haven't moved the numbers since last time we checked.
130 at a 60. Oh, appears he's catching up a bit, but
Yeah,
that's still pretty bad.
I'm gonna actually. So I do have some contacts pretty close to the Pierre campaign. I'm gonna make a couple of texts, see if I can find out whether he's gonna win.
Ooh. How long do we have to wait on most of the votes to call it? It depends on how close a bunch of the ridings are. I mean, you could safely call it a liberal minority right now, but the question is whether or not they'll have enough to form
a coalition with the NDP. The
that's the
magic
thing.
172.
That's the thing. Like, the Liberals would have to win 2 more seats than they're currently projected to. Like, if things currently proceed as they are right now and everybody gets exactly what they're leading in, then the Conservatives can form a leadership with the Bloc, but the Liberals can't form one with the NDP.
Yeah, they'd be 2 seats short, which means that if the Bloc and the Conservatives... Now, here's the thing. The Bloc could decide to support the Liberals.
That is true. That's the thing. The Bloc is basically... Like, the Bloc has become the kingmakers, essentially. Like, unless the Conservatives... Like, if... Okay, so basically what it comes down to, if the Conservatives lose 1 more seat, then the Liberals are the only ones that could form it, unless the Conservatives, the Green, and the Bloc all join together. Well, like,
I can't believe that the NDP got shellacked. If they end up at 7 seats... Oh.
See how they're getting any higher. Like, they only have ridings that they can lose. I don't think they got anything else they can win.
The only seat would be in that Vancouver area. Kingsway is the only one they're competitive with the Liberals in that I see. I guess they are competitive in Cowichan. They could take that from the Conservatives. Nanaimo's been called. Aaron Gunn won in North Island. That's a huge steal.
Kingsway, they could take it from the... But again, like, doesn't really matter if they take it from them. It's the same.
Yeah, it doesn't it doesn't change the count for coalition watch, but
they might pull ahead in Cowichan, but I don't think so. Like, they're almost 2,000 behind with only 60 pools left out of 300.
Well, that's enough. That's enough to cover.
It could happen. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
But by that same note, and they're a little over 1,000 ahead in Courtenay, Alberni, with 120 polls to go. So that could flip to the Conservatives. Vancouver's... Yeah, Vancouver Island region, like, that could flip-flop between NDP and Conservatives. That's going to be spicier places to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Kelowna is still neck and neck.
Oh, that one's going to go deep into the night. They still haven't called Nunavut for some reason. I feel like that we know the results there. Brad, that's only half right. Bikers control sort of the rural areas, but city centers are controlled by Asian gangs for the most part.
Hey, Jerry K, thanks for stopping by. Peace out. I mean, there is only a difference of 700, and they're only halfway through the polls, so it could flip, but it's probably not going to.
God, Jeremy Nixon, you better fucking win now.
He's probably sweating fucking bullets right now.
He knows I'm about to kick. He knows I'm about to come over.
What are Asian gangs like? I mean, aside from Yakuza?
Oh, no, there's no Yakuza. Like, not a big Yakuza presence here in Canada. It's Chinese.
Yeah.
They're the ones running all the fentanyl.
Triad, right? That kind of shit?
Yeah. Yeah. They're pretty violent. They're the ones who will, like, go to a restaurant and fill the side of it with bullets. Like, they don't do shootouts very often, but when they do, you know, you hear about it. Okay, the bloc is elected in 22 ridings now, so at most they can only win one more seat. There was a riding that flipped from conservative to liberal. Which one was that? Okay, yeah, so the only Alberta riding that's in doubt is Calgary Confederation, because it looks like the Edmonton ones have been called already. And oh no, Calgary Center's too close too. Okay, so 2 ridings in Alberta. All the Vancouver ridings are still up for grabs.
Abitibi got called for the block.
Really? Oh no, that's the other Abitibi.
Oh yeah, other
Big
Abitibi.
Abitibi is the liberal one. Yeah, you got the wrong titty.
Wrong titty. 2 titties in Canada.
There. Yeah, I don't know if the block's coming back on that one. They might.
Now 14 polls. I doubt it.
Pierre Poilievre is about to speak if you're interested.
All right.
I don't know. He's not going to say very much because he's definitely not stepping down.
The longest ballot campaign. There are 91 people on the ballot, but Pierre Poilievre has not led once.
Oh, they did a big
in the course
update
of this
in his
evening
riding.
in his
He
own
is still
riding,
way
and
behind.
the Liberal there, Bruce Fanjoy, is ahead by more than 2,000 votes. So that is something to watch for sure. Not calling anything there, but not very encouraging for Mr. Poilievre tonight. Let's listen in.
Merci. Merci,
Thank you.
chers Canadiens.
Dear Canadians,
Je vous aime aussi. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere
You know,
achieve
I will bet
anything.
that
Through
she
hard
hurt
work,
his polling
you could get a
options
great
in
life.
in
You have a
Quebec.
nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and
Oh,
will
by the way, there's a
continue
fun
to be
little-
to restore that promise.
Apparently, this guy may have some skeletons in his closet regarding one of his young female campaign staffers
Oh,
from
is it
many years ago.
the buried under the floorboards kind of skeleton?
To the candidates who ran under our banner as conservatives, to the volunteers
Well,
who
the
knocked on
thing
the
is,
doors, made phone calls,
it's always
put
been
up
a
lawn
rumor,
signs,
but there's
rallied
a
at our
really
events,
weird
donated their
situation between him
hard-earned money
and
to our
the national
cause.
campaign
I
director
thank
for the
you from
Conservative
bottom
Party,
of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the
who
Conservative
he was
Party
roommates
and
with
put
when
their
they were
hopes
like
and dreams
college kids
in our
working for the
vision.
party.
Thank you. It will
Like,
be an honor.
there's a
to
weird
continue
relationship
to fight
between
for
him and
you
Jenny
and to be
Byrne.
a champion of your cause as we go forward.
Like a Weinstein relationship, or
Yeah. No, well, no. She would definitely have been of age. They're the
well,
same
yeah,
age.
yeah. No, I'm sure. No, that's the thing. I'm not. No, not Epstein.
It
Weinstein.
would be a great honor to continue to fight for you.
Yeah, casting couch sort of
because,
thing.
Yeah.
It has been an honor to
Yeah,
be your voice,
yeah.
to fight for
I don't know.
conservative values, the
It's
values
never been
for
more
which you voted,
than a rumor to
and
me.
It will be an
By the way,
honor
the
to
NDP got their
continue
Kingsway
to
lead back.
Try
Oh.
and
Back up to 8.
restore the promise of Canada.
Jagmeet Singh
that
stopped
anyone
talking,
who
and now
works
they-
hard
they
can
got
have a
back in the
great
lead
life
again.
in an affordable home, in a safe community. That is
Yeah,
our
firing
vision,
Jagmeet
and
Singh is like,
we
okay, you
will
fired the India dude. We'll give you another seat.
To
What's
my
up, Steve?
fellow conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained
Yeah,
well
Steve-
over 20 seats.
yeah,
We've
Steve,
got
been-
the highest
I've been
share
slacking.
of vote.
But you can thank producer Tim for this. He convinced me to get going. I was like, okay, I'll just get it going.
Since 1988.
Yeah. We had to
denied
see.
the
I love
NDP
watching
and
our
Liberals
country
enough
destroy
seats to
itself
form a
in real
coalition
time.
government, meeting
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you
crap.
may as well enjoy the train wreck.
in a very difficult environment.
Liberals just flipped
That
2
said,
conservative seats, so now they're
we are
164.
Cognizant of the
Oh,
fact
Eight.
that we didn't quite get over the finish line.
shit, that gives him the
We know
172.
that change
That does.
is needed, but change is hard to come by. It
Oh
takes
boy,
time.
the Conservatives need
It
to
takes
pull off
work.
these.
And that's
couple
why
of
we have to
seats.
learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country.
Okay, Calgary Centre was declared for Greg
Canadians-
McLean, so they're going to hold
Canadians
off
have-
the Liberals on that one.
Opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count.
So that's good
So I
news.
would
They
like to
can't take that
congratulate
seat.
Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. No, there- we'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
As a party, we have definitely expanded our support, and every single day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working hard in Ottawa to force the government to account on behalf of millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I had the honor of crisscrossing this country to speak to thousands of people who shared their concerns, their suffering, their despair with me.
Took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home. Parents.
And no single fathers, though. Don't bother talking to them.
Out of their home. Grandparents who saw their grandchildren
Well,
suffering from the shortfalls of our
He has publicly rejected the MGTOW movement in the past. He's come out against them.
Stories
Yeah.
touched my heart and gave me
That's
I know
inspiration
that's not
to work
single
towards
fathers,
something
but
better.
you know.
These people continue
no,
to be
the-
voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people.
Yeah, shit like that's why, like, I'm not hoping that this guy's gonna do anything to fucking help.
We hear
I'm just
your
hoping that he
stories.
might
We will carry those stories with us
not
into
destroy
Parliament.
things quite as
We will
fast,
not
so I have
forget
time to run
the
away.
people for whom we work and
Oh,
for whom we fight every day.
This was the worst
Now,
result
I
I
know
could
that
have
some
asked
of you
for
might be
because it's
disappointed that change
if
did
Carney
not
had
get
gotten
over
a
the finish
majority,
line
then
tonight.
the Alberta separatism would have
Change
just like
takes time.
hit 1,000 tonight.
Most of all,
Would have been
it
amazing.
requires that we never
But because he's
give
got
up,
the minority,
because
people are like,
our
"Oh,
people
there's still a
and our
chance. There's
country
still
are worth
hope."
fighting for.
There's-
Yeah.
Come on, Conservatives, you need to flip one of those seats.
Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté
I
vos
heard you,
histoires avec moi
and
tout au long de
I
cette campagne.
carried your stories with me throughout
Well,
this campaign, and your stories
We
will
pretty much know
remain
the
with
result.
me
It's just
as
whether
I
the damage
fight
is going
with
to
my
get done. So
Conservative
whenever you
team
get bored,
to
probably
defend
won't.
Yeah,
you
again, like the
and,
Liberals,
to advance
like you got
your
163 and
interests.
8s. They're still stuck at
To
171.
those who
Actually, technically, they're.
desperately
Oh my
need change,
god.
I know that you're
The
disappointed.
The Green Party
Greens
is
are the
different.
fucking
It's difficult and
kingmaker.
It takes time, particularly because
The Green Party.
we must now
Elizabeth
never
May is going to walk in.
Elizabeth, literally just Elizabeth May. Elizabeth May is the
The people of
fucking
Canada
kingmaker.
deserve that we
Oh
continue
yeah, by
to
the way,
fight
they
for
did
them.
call Kitchener Center. The Green guy's out.
And so,
That's that one.
Conservatives have won it.
my message tonight
Yeah.
for the single mother working 2 jobs,
So yeah,
but
that
still
one's
has an
so
empty
Elizabeth
fridge
May
and
is
an
it.
empty bank account.
There's going to be another
For the
Green
young people who
MP.
despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed
And I think the
incomes
NDP are
whose
pretty safe for the
savings
ridings that
are
they're currently
eroded by
leading in.
inflation
Like
and
none
no
of us
longer feel
probably
safe
going
in their
NDP. I
local
don't see
neighborhood
that one
parks.
flipping.
For those who are now living
The
in
one
fear
Kingsway
and terror
that keeps
because
going
of
back
crime.
and forth
For
between
those
them.
worried about losing their
Well,
jobs
as I say that, the
because of
NDP drops down to
unacceptable
7.
tariffs from the
So
United
yeah, the
States of
Kingsway
America.
keeps going between
For
them.
all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is
What
one of hope.
turned color?
Change will take time,
Oh,
but we
no,
will fight
Kingsway's
for
still
that change,
orange, so then
and we will
they
deliver
lost a
that
different
change.
seat somewhere.
And we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that
which one
anyone
turned blue
from
here?
anywhere can achieve anything. That hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the mountains above us. And all you can see is more than just a place.
Is this an American song?
It's our home. There's something tender about.
Yeah, most of them usually are.
There's something
Just
God damn it.
freaking
Okay, Pierre Poilievre, the
patriotic speech for Canadians and. Hmm?
Oh, I found the one that flipped from NDP to Conservative. It's that big one on the BC coast. The one that you said they had a chance, but it was pretty low chance.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that flipped to Conservative from NDP. I didn't think they were coming back in that one. Okay,
Called.
yeah,
Cowichan's called.
Oh, Cowichan's called?
Yeah, Cowichan's called.
Yeah, they weren't calling that for a long time. Skeena, Bulkley Valley. Go up north.
Oh yeah, shit. Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, that one that had a huge swing in the vote.
And I mean,
There's a guy-
and they're still not even halfway through the polls, so that could still swing back and forth.
Yeah. Well, that riding going blue might cost the Liberals their chance at forming government, a stable government, anyways.
Yeah.
Although, but it sounds like Pierre Poilievre, it sounded like he was going to cuck Canada and actually work together with Mark Carney.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, they're not. He's gonna save the shit. He's gonna save the shit talking until like the dust settles. Doesn't want to burn a bridge that he doesn't have to right now.
Well, that's just cuck at it. That's loser attitude.
Absolutely.
He should be burning Ottawa down. If he won't, send some truckers to do it.
Well, the thing is, gotta protect. Could you even burn it down? I mean, it's mostly stone and metal.
180 polls reporting, and Pierre is 2,400 votes behind. They're not calling it yet, though, so they seem to think there's more vote to count. I mean, typically, if you're going to unseat a party leader, they want to be like 99% sure instead of just 90% sure.
Yeah,
So that's probably why they're not calling it. That is weird. I know Pierre's riding got redistributed, and so like I think I might have yeah, I might be eating my words on this one. He's now 2,600 behind.
Damn.
They're still fighting over Miramichi, Grand Lake, and New Brunswick. 2 polls left to report, and the difference is 400, 500 votes for the Conservatives. I mean, so they looks like they'll lock that one up. The titty is solid red. That ain't changing. Oh, I just saw blue flip to red. That's not good. Where'd that one?
Now it's Liberal NDP coalition.
Which one flipped?
I wish there was a way to just like. Wish there was a way to just like cross out all the ones that have already been called.
Yeah. There probably is on a different like map, but
Probably not as up to date as this one.
yeah. Which one? Where did they lose? Did they lose Miramichi? I was just looking at it.
Kelowna maybe?
No, Kelowna's been red the whole time.
Yeah, well, it's neck and neck there.
Well, they flipped
Kilton?
somewhere.
No, that one.
Coquitlam? Oh, that might have been the one. Yeah, Coquitlam. That might have been the one that flipped. That might go back though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can't see any others here that have changed. Those ones are all called.
Burnaby's called. Well, Not Burnaby Central. South Burnaby's called. Burnaby Central's pretty solidly.
Well, the question I asked earlier in the night was how would Hamilton go? Hamilton went pretty solid red, and the NDP finished third at best. A very distant third in some of them. Yeah. RIP NDP.
Hey, they still outdid the PPC, so.
That ain't hard to do.
No. But you know, when you bury the bar underground, it's really easy to get over it.
Yeah. They still haven't called Sault Ste. Marie Algoma. That one's close. That one could go back to the Blues.
Yeah. Fleetwood. It's only 300. That could flip.
Some of these are gonna be counting pretty late into the night. Yeah, God, that Northern BC riding flipping was not expected. Well, for elected, it's 144 to 134, so they got a long way to go. Oh, they called. Oh no, sorry, that I already did that one. Yeah, I got a long way to go there still. God damn it, Nixon. You're 800 votes behind. You have 13 polls left.
Go put on your ass kicking boots.
Well, they haven't called Calgary McKnight either. That's the guy who was stealing the door lit from people. He's behind by 1,200. So they haven't called that one yet. Same as Skyview, but the lead's quite a bit bigger there. Nose Hill was called for the Jews. I mean, yeah, Michelle Rempel is very popular in Calgary. I don't know why. She grinds my gears. Kildonan's still competitive. Transcona's been called. Oh, Milton East is going back and forth. That one's been called. Brampton South is competitive. Brampton West is competitive.
None of it, the
North
Liberals
is
and
competitive.
Conservatives are literally tied for second.
Well, no one counts second anyways.
It's just funny that
Unless
they're
the
both at one.
Yeah, unless one of them unless the guy in first gets disqualified for cheating, then second place matters. But in the case, by the way, in the case of a tie, they just flip a coin.
Wow.
Yep, that's all they do, and they're like, "Yep, good enough."
Literally less than 200 votes determine that one.
I wonder what the vote share is currently at for the NDP. I'll see if the Elections Canada website is working again. Oh, yeah, it is working. All right. Oof. Oof. The NDP has a national vote of 6.0%.
Ouch.
The Bloc Québécois has 6.9%.
Nice.
Now, keep in mind, the Bloc Québécois only runs in Quebec and in no other part of Canada, and they still beat the NDP. The Green Party is beating the PPC 1.2 to 0.8. Wah wah. I wonder what the one block riding they haven't called yet. Currently, we have 16 million votes have been counted.
That's what, a little under half the population.
Yeah, something like, yeah, around there.
Miramichi hasn't been called yet, but we got a lead of 500 and only 2 polls left. So
Well, it depends on which polls those are. Oh yeah, I was going to look that up. Okay, collapse the national poll. Electoral district, province, New Brunswick, Miramichi. Oh, they don't have the poll by poll breakdown. So in the city of Toronto, the Liberals got 51.3% of the vote. And that got them 73% of the ridings. That's an alarming statistic. That's the first pass of the post system right there. They had very efficient vote. Because beating the Conservatives by 100, you still beat them. Doesn't matter by how much.
beat them by 100 or beat them by 5,000, same result.
Yeah. The NDP got 3.9% in Toronto. Let's go to Montreal. No, that's Moncton. Montreal. In Montreal, the Bloc Québécois got 27% of the vote, Conservatives 18%, the Liberals 46%, and the NDP 5%.
That's brutal.
Let's go provincial vote, Ontario. 48% Liberal, 44% Conservative, 4.9% NDP. The fact that the NDP is actually still winning ridings with that kind of percentage is hilarious. British Columbia. The NDP got 13% of the vote in British Columbia.
There's where they were overperforming.
And 39% liberal, or 40% liberal, and 42 conservative. Still, 13% of the vote doesn't normally win you very much. And, well, what do you know?
Well, they didn't win very much.
Yeah, they haven't been winning very, very much. They didn't call Courtney. So the NDP is at 4. 4 confirmed.
Pretty sure they're going to get none of it. So
they really should have none of it. After a performance like that, they should have none of the votes. None of it. There's not a whole lot left to look at. It's just these couple of ridings that are going between the Conservatives and Liberals. Now, here's a funny little thing. 172 is actually the number you need to form a government, coalition government, but you also have to name a speaker. And the speaker only votes to break ties. And a speaker has to be one of the people in the House of Commons.
Oh.
Which means you actually have to win by +1. Otherwise, when you go to elect your speaker, you'll get knocked back down to a perfect tie with the other parties. Now, when the speaker votes to break ties, they tend to vote to keep the government in power. So it's like a 0.5 as opposed to just a 1. Mark Carney is about to speak, so
All right.
I don't know if we want to listen to him though. Like
We'll listen to him long enough to determine that we don't want to listen to him anymore.
Okay, well, I already don't want to listen to him anymore.
All right, cool. That was
You know
fast.
what? Yeah, I just watched the face he made, and I'm like, no, I don't. I do not want to see this guy. I'm gonna go grab some ice cream though. I'll be right back.
Good. All right, all right. Thanks to the 9 of you in chat, still toughing it out, lurking in here. So we're just trying to personally invested in Kelowna here. We've got a difference of 190. Still 11 polls left, so that absolutely can flip. Hoover, nope, that one's called. No way I'll flip. Hop over to Peterborough.
All right, I'm back.
Back.
So, Gray, what are you gonna do when the sun comes up tomorrow and Mark Carney is the prime minister of our country?
I'm gonna open up my laptop and get back to work.
Well, I am going to work towards separating Alberta.
Best of luck. I'm stuck in Ontario, so.
Doug Ford ain't all bad. He's all right. He can be a raging lefty at times, but he wins. That's the thing, is he wins.
Yeah,
Like, come on, think back to the Mike Harris days. Has Ontario ever had a Liberal win multiple terms?
No.
Or sorry, a Conservative win multiple terms since Mike Harris?
No, because usually the fucking teachers start holding the students hostage, and then that ends up being a big kerfuffle.
Yeah.
But
Mike Harris.
But here's
Mike Harris was pretty good.
Yeah, I got. Most of my family works for the government in some capacity, so I've never heard a kind thing about Mike Harris my entire life.
Well, that's because they work for the government.
Yes, and that's also why they're hoping for the fucking Liberal victory, because
yeah,
it's all their pay. Literally, entire families work collecting a government paycheck in some shape or form, and I'm like, I'm the only motherfucker here who's working for a private company, so y'all shouldn't be too surprised that I don't want the fucking Liberals to win, because I'm the one that gets robbed for your paychecks.
Yeah, because Canada is such a federalist country, a very high proportion of our government workers are federal government workers. Unlike the U.S., where I think most at state level, most government workers work for the state as opposed to the federal government. Obviously, a place like DC would be the exception to that rule. Even like Virginia or Delaware, where there's a lot of federal government concentration. But, out in Montana, there's a higher proportion of government workers who work for the state of Montana than the government of the United States.
And I think that saw the stat you can confirm that like 40% of our workforce is the government workforce.
Yeah, in Canada, and that's split between province and federal government and municipal government.
So, but my point is like 60% of the population is paying the wages of the other 40%.
And 60%, not all of them work. Like maybe half of them work.
30% of the population fucking financing 40%.
Yeah.
Can't afford shit.
30% of the population committing 100% of the financial crime. Shout out to the 10 people who are still sticking with us.
Yeah. Trying to find a handful of places.
Yeah, the numbers haven't moved in quite a while, so I think we're
Kelowna got a bit of an update. Like the gap's closing.
Is it like your thigh gap?
No, I wish I could get that to close. I got to do more leg presses.
Not your thigh. Mid don't have a thigh gap. What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't even get have a thigh gap. I didn't even get have a fucking thigh gap. Like guys are more likely to have.
No, we have a giant ball sack in the way. Well, I do. I don't know about you, but
we need air circulation down there. There's got to be a gap in our thighs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelowna is like fucking 66. It's away from the Conservatives flipping that.
Well, I got a text back from my contact in Ottawa. It don't look so good for Pierre because they're hoping that it comes out, but they're not.
Yeah, no. If you're hoping at this stage in the game, then that's you've lost with extra words. Kitlam could close. Could close for the Conservatives.
Well, yeah, they called.
Yeah, but they still haven't called Burnaby. I mean, I guess it's possible that Yen James, but nah, Jagmeet's getting ousted by Chang by the looks of it.
Oh,
and then Julian Peter actually got overtaken by the Conservative.
Oh, yeah, he's well on his way to defeat there. That's gonna be a big one.
Like the Liberals could still pull ahead in that one. But
I did find the seat. I found the one that flipped. It's over in Ontario. It's Nipissing Temiskaming. It's right on the border of Quebec, north of Ottawa.
There it is.
It's like it's like a long, narrow riding.
Oh yeah, geez, 2 polls left.
That's the one that flipped and gave the Liberals their 165.
Yeah, there's literally 25 votes splitting them with 2 polls left.
One poll left in Miramichi Grand Lake. There's 394 separating.
Yeah, that one's probably not going to change.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it
Depends
could.
on what the one poll is.
That is true. Like, how much variance is there with those polls? I'm actually not familiar.
Okay, so it's big because the polls are not proportionate to the population. They're simply geographic boundaries, like within neighborhoods of cities. But this is a rural area of New Brunswick, so one town is typically one poll. The problem is where the advanced polls were. Ridings usually divided into something like 6 or 8 advanced polling locations, which means one box per poll. So that one box, which if 20,000 people voted advance, each box can hold a couple thousand votes.
And chances are the ones that are counted last are probably the larger ones, right?
Usually that's how it goes. Now, in a general election, there's also what's called special ballot, vote anywhere, and mail in ballots. Now, unlike the US, Canada, mail in ballots tend to be like 20 out of like 40,000 votes. So, not a really big deal when it comes to our election fraud. And also we have a mandatory voter ID. You have to ID voters when they go to vote. So, and everything's done on pen and paper. So it's really hard to like fraud our elections. So the one box outstanding could be the mail-in ballot, which I don't expect to be very many ballots. I don't expect it to be very much at all. But clearly there is. It's possible that there's 300 more votes out there, and that's why they haven't called it yet.
And again, with like Nipissing to Miskaming, it's a difference of 25. Like,
yeah, they won't call that one until the mail-in. Which they don't count the mail-in because it has to be postmarked for the election day. They'll still accept mail-in, I think. I don't remember exactly.
Sault Ste. Marie Algoma, again, depending on how big the polls are, that could flip too. That's a little over 550-ish difference. No, and still wait, what, 15? Yeah, 15 polls left, 550, that could flip.
It's going to be tight right into the night. They've got the 1 seat advantage right now.
Well,
coalition-wise, anyways.
Yeah, well, I got minis to base, so I got shit to do at least. Got a whole bunch of Warhammer minis, and I'm trying to get them all prepped for tomorrow. So I was like, shit, gotta get all this texture paint on the base of them, and then I gotta paint the base accessories, and then do some final touches on the minis themselves.
You fucking nerd.
Of course.
I thought I was bad.
Well, I'm pretty sure if I ran a D&D campaign with you, it'd be a lot of an election intrigue and fraud and campaigning.
Oh god, a D&D campaign with me would be a ton of grape and clowns shoving like rainbow-colored dragon dildos up their ass.
Okay, so Slanesh player, I see. That's an entire faction in Warhammer. Don't know how familiar you are with it.
Nope, not one bit.
Yeah, no, like that is, you literally described the Slanesh faction, so.
Okay, so mail-in ballots must be received by Elections Canada before 6 p.m. on election day. So yeah, all the votes that have... Okay, so they don't count it if you're late.
Yeah, Winnipeg Center's still up for grabs. That's the one that the NDP haven't quite won yet.
Yeah, but it's NDP Liberal, so again, those ones... going between NDP Liberal doesn't do anything.
Like, in case we're wondering, like, oh, where's the upset?
Winnipeg Center's not an upset.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, but is it an NDP conservative thing? No, it's an NDP liberal, so it don't matter. So
yeah,
looking at
Elmwood,
that means still NDP. That still leaves two others on. Well, I guess none of it hasn't been called, but that's going to be called. Liberals have pulled ahead in that one, so at the very least, the Liberal NDP coalition's got two more in the bag. Where's that third? Oh, and the other one's what? Is it Courtney?
No, Courtney's been called. Vancouver East was called. Vancouver East has been called for a long time. I think the ones they're fighting over is because they called Strathcona.
Vancouver Kingsway, but that's another Liberal NDP split.
Yeah.
All right, so those are the three that happened. So yeah, so the three NDP ones that haven't been called literally don't matter. It's going to either Liberals or NDP. So that means that it's the 12 that are split between the Liberals and the Conservatives. The 31. No, take away the 3 from the Liberals. 28. There's 28 splits between the Liberals and the Conservatives that are up for grabs. Unless there's some that the Liberals have that the NDP are in second in, which is possible.
Yeah. There's got to be a hidden NDP riding over here somewhere. Because the one in Quebec was the first one they called for the NDP. Then Vancouver East was called for them. Then Transcona, Courtney, that's the 4. So the 3 outstanding would be Nunavut, Kingsway, and there's one more NDP seat out there.
Vancouver, southeast. You're right. Vancouver Kingsway is the second one.
I don't see NDP in the lead in any of these. They called East, but that was called a long time ago. Is there? Winnipeg. Did they call Winnipeg Center?
No, I don't think they called Winnipeg Center.
No. Okay, that's the third one then. Yeah, Nunavut. So Nunavut, Kingsway, and Winnipeg Center.
Yeah, and it's all Liberal NDP split. So.
Yeah, so that ain't gonna move the number at all. They're still counting. Still a lot of vote to come in for Brampton.
Really?
There's quite a few seats there that are going back and forth.
Really?
Yeah, so you were looking at Milton East earlier. Let's see. Yeah, Brampton South is still competitive. Brampton Center is competitive. They called Brampton Shakuski Park. That was pretty close. But
oh yeah, geez, yeah, Brampton Center's neck and neck. Not even 200, and there's still 20 some odd polls to go.
Oh, look at Brampton North.
Shoo boy.
Yeah, so this election will be won in Brampton apparently.
And Jagmeet Singh ain't getting any of it.
600. Look at that. 600 votes. The NDP
I guess you know. I guess we can know who hates the Sikhs the most.
Yeah.
Other Sikhs.
Canadian. What's up, just random guy?
Hey, random guy.
They are all gay. All the parties are gay.
Yes, but especially the one who's actually named Gay.
Yeah, that was Claude Gay down in LaSalle, Montreal. Yeah, pull him up. LaSalle et Mont-Verdon.
Yeah, it's over in Quebec.
Yeah, it's very south end of Montreal Island on the river.
Feels like GeoGuessr almost, trying to think.
Yeah, into the Montreal Island, right on that south tip. Yeah, you're close. A little bit to the right. Oh, not that one. That's you got to be in the city. The island is to the north. Yep, yep, you're almost there. One more over. To the right. No, not up.
There it is.
Yeah, jeez.
I don't.
guess it doesn't.
No, I don't know fucking Montreal. All right.
Okay.
It's like trying. It's like trying to tell me, hey, find the Bronx in New York. I don't know where the fuck that is.
It's easy.
Not from a map. Like if I wanted to find out where the Bronx is in New York, or just walk around with some money until I get bugged, I'd be like, "Yep, in the Bronx."
Or look for the subway that smells like homeless guy piss.
Well, that's the one that's flooded because that's all it is.
Anyways, we wanted to show this riding because this guy's name literally is Claude Gay.
Claude Gay, Louis Philippe Suave, Zolt Fischer, and then Craig Suave.
Does Zolt Fischer sound Jewish to you?
I mean, not as Jewish as like Goldberg or anything, but like the in the Fisher is a little bit eyebrow raising.
Yeah. All right. Show him the two titties of Canada.
Oh yeah, Abitibi.
We keep saying it wrong because it's Abitibi. But
yes.
Whatever.
Yeah. So we got Abitibi, also known as Abitibi. That one's still not called, and that's Liberal versus Bloc, but Liberal's almost certainly going to take it. There's only one poll left and a gap of 2,000, so...
That's a big box then. Like a hot dog down a hallway, right, guys? Am I right, guys?
There's... Where was that other Abitibi?
Oh, it's right beside it.
Oh yeah,
the teal one
Abitibi,
beside it.
Abitibi Kamaski. Sebastien Lemieux. So, that dude from Beauty and the Beast is who won this one.
Yeah, jeez.
Congratulations, Jonathan Anderson. You lost to a candlestick.
Worst part was the candlestick was the incumbent.
You lost again to a candlestick.
The twin titties of Quebec.
Abitibi Red and Abitibi Teal.
Okay, well, nothing's moved in quite a while.
Must be big boxes they're counting.
Yeah, enormous boxes. The biggest box I've ever seen.
Nah. You think IKEA box or Costco box?
I'm thinking the box that my washing machine came in. A Leon's box.
Oh, geez, that'd do it. Still like 48. So 48 polls to report there, so that one will be a while.
Yeah, the numbers have stayed pretty stagnant for quite a while here. 146 for the Liberals, 135 to the Conservatives. Yeah.
I'm thinking of taking a leaf out of your book and going for some ice cream myself, because I'm starting to get fucking hungry.
Yeah, well, I'm going to put my ice cream back in the freezer before it all melts. I'm literally eating out of a tub. And grab a Coke.
Yeah. So, yeah, you grab your stuff, and then you can hold over the stream while I go grab something out of the freezer. Right.
Yeah, I'll just be a second.
Like having an old nuke as a body. Okay, I jumped into that one. Born in the South, but great-grandfather was from Canada and went classic passport bro for work and a Native American wife. Wait, ice cream melts in Canada? Indoors, like we don't keep the sub-zero temperatures outside. That's why we just put our ice cream outside whenever we want to keep it cold. What you call outdoors, we call the freezer. It's a regional dialect thing. That's why we prefer cold beer and the British prefer warm beer, because we both store our beer outside, but ours is kept cold and theirs is not.
All right, I'm back. You can. I'll take over. Sup, chat? Doing good? Yeah, you are. Um, any trivia questions about Canada that I can answer? All right. Let's see. Oh, there was one of the seats changed hands. It's now 166 for the Liberals. We'll see which one that was. Carlton's running out of runway in Carlton. I still haven't counted the last box of Miramichi. Oh, Kitchener-Conestoga changed. Okay, that was unexpected. All right, yeah, Kitchener-Conestoga, which is it's a suburban area that, or actually, it's a farmer's area that surrounds Kitchener-Waterloo.
So this is how a 30-year-old woman feels. Sitting at home, with a bowl of ice cream, wearing a bathrobe.
The only thing you're missing is a cat.
I got miniatures of space bugs. That's close enough. They care about me equally as much.
Yeah. While you were gone, the Liberals gained another seat. They're up to 166, leading.
Oh.
It was Kitchener-Conestoga.
Oh, good. Now I can start crying, too. Could just complete the set.
Yeah, so currently they're 173 coalition.
Yeah. All right. Well. Gonna go kick Nixon's ass.
Yeah, Jeremy Nixon needs to get dealt with. They haven't called it yet, and they've only counted one more box since last time we checked. So
Probably some sizable ones then.
yeah, those are probably the advanced pool boxes because there's 9 left.
Now, Burnaby Central still hasn't been called. I think it'd be hilarious if it actually went to the Conservatives. Probably won't, but it'd be funny.
It would be funny. I gotta text someone to see if there's any hope for Nixon left. Let's see who. Yeah, this guy should know.
They must be sizable polls because they haven't called them in a number of spots. Like all around Surrey, like that's still up in the air.
Well, I mean, those are all like, yeah, those aren't good parts of BC.
Yeah, Fleetwood, Port Kells, that could flip. There's only a 300 difference there. These places could flip Conservative, not impossible, just unlikely.
Yeah. I can't believe I cannot believe that it went this way.
No,
Greens got wiped out. The NDP got wiped out. The Bloc went backwards almost 10 seats.
Pierre Poilievre's catching up. He's
that's good.
Yeah, he's only a little under 2,000 points behind.
Yeah,
and
Bruce
36
Vanjoy
polls.
was at like 52% at one point.
Yeah, no, it's he's like 1,900 points behind, and there's still 36 polls left.
Oh shoot, I gotta get that. I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah, for those of you who didn't catch this earlier, this particular riding is actually part of a protest vote, and so it has the longest ballot of anyone. Yeah, all these independents. Because all you need is 100 people to sign on and say, yeah, we'll vote for this person. And you can get on the ballot. So, yeah. All these independents, and heck, even some of them have multiple votes. Some of them even double-digit votes. That's impressive. MJ. Is there a marijuana party? There's probably a marijuana party. It's Canada. There's probably a marijuana party. So, magic number up here, again, for those of you just joining, need 172 seats for majority. Now, it's unlikely, extremely unlikely, that the Liberals are going to get a majority. What they'll end up doing, as they usually do, is form a coalition with the NDP. So NDP plus Liberal, right now, 173. That's enough to form a government, because that crossed the threshold. However, if the Liberals lose some of their seats to the Conservatives and make it so that they can't form a coalition with the NDP, then you might get a situation where Liberal plus NDP equals Conservative and Bloc Québécois. In which case, the Liberals either have to form a coalition with the Bloc, or they would have to form a three-way coalition with the Greens. And only the party leader of the Greens won. Like no other member of the Greens made it, which goes against the polling. Well, because everyone was thinking at the end that the Green Party was going to take it, but no, apparently the Bloc Québécois were tied with the PPC. Now, Bloc could very well be the kingmakers, because if they work with the Liberals, then the Liberals absolutely will have a majority coalition. But if the Conservatives can get up to 150, it means they need to flip 4 more seats. Then they can form a majority government with the Bloc. If they can flip 3 more seats, then the Greens would become the kingmakers. A Griga party? Yeah, there's a marijuana party. Danny Laguerre. Pretty sure that MJ would be short for the marijuana party. So, right now, we're still waiting on them to call the last few. Bloc apparently work one. Bloc have performed more or less as expected. NDP have driven themselves off a cliff. The Greens, this is embarrassing, even for the Greens. The Maple Syrup Party. Where there is the ML party, so that could be the Maple Lovers. Isn't that what green means? Nah, the Green Party ain't the marijuana party. The green one is the, like, let's do stuff for the environment party. all the pro-environment, anti-human stuff. Hate China in order to make more solar panels and shit. So let's raise all our taxes here and make it so that no one else can live here. One polluter in the world. And that's politics for you. Wouldn't be an effective solution if it came from the government. You mean the heretics? So many heretics. Kelowna's neck and neck. There's a difference of, yeah, still 66 with 2 polls remaining. So this, either way, got some stars. Abitibi went to the Liberals, so I can unstar that one. Kitchener Center went to the Conservatives after a very tight race. Basically a 3-way race that then became a toss-up between them and the Greens. Cowichan surprisingly managed to go for the Conservatives. The Poonie Tea Party? Well, unfortunately, PPC is taken, and they did absolutely horrible. They got a good chunk of the vote by numbers, but they just did not get any ridings. Find out the extra handful. Bunch in and around here. Burnaby Central could flip. Fraser View. That one doesn't really matter. If it's Liberal or NDP, doesn't matter. Because either way, they'll just be part of the coalition in the minority government. This one, yeah, it's 16 polls to go. Yeah, this could flip. It's only a difference of 700. Surrey Center. This one's going to take forever. It's getting kind of late now. They probably won't have this one done counted until like 3 or 4 in the morning, I'm guessing. It's only a difference of 900. That one might flip. Depends on how big the poll boxes are. Whole area.
All right, sorry about that.
No worries. Just catching up some of the new people here. Around most of the undecided stuff between the Liberal and the Conservative seems to be around southern BC.
Oh god, the Liberals went up again to 167. All right, which one did they flip? Might have been. No, it wasn't Miramichi. Milton. Oh, I think it was Brampton North. Yeah, Brampton North flipped.
Looks like Brampton and southern Surrey.
So the
area.
two that, the last two that changed was Nipissing and Brampton. Nipissing to Miskameen. That's a beautiful place of Ontario to drive through, by the way. Highway 11 heading up north. Go past North Bay, head north up into some of the best fishing country Ontario has to offer. A couple of decent sized cities too if you need to stock up on gear.
Been up there.
Like New Liskeard, Timmins.
Yeah, no, I've been up to where was it? Cochrane, yes. Yeah, I went up to visit.
You said cock.
Yeah. Surprisingly, it's known for its big polar bear statue.
Yeah, because that's the Cochrane is the there's a train that goes from Cochrane to Moosonee, which cuts through like the swampiest of the swampland of Ontario. And yeah, it goes from Cochrane to Moosonee, so it's called. I think it's called the Polar Bear Express.
I think so. Yeah, it's really the only way to get to Moosonee without flying.
Yeah,
You ain't driving there.
yeah. You might try swimming.
I think mudding would be the only thing you'd get. Like, because like I don't
not
think
not even an Argo would make it through that swampland.
Nah, I'm thinking like you're basically gonna you'd have to portage it. You'd basically be fucking. You'd paddle in a canoe for part of it and carry in the canoe for the other part. Through fucking like knee deep mud. Mosquitoes
And
the
that would be
whole way.
That would be the good. That'd be a good thing. Because it gets even worse if you start getting into some of the peat moss. The mosquitoes will pick you up and carry you away.
And we're not talking like as a swarm. We're talking an individual mosquito. In Canada, we've got insects so bad even Australians won't live with them.
Yeah, they're not poisonous. They just kill you by attrition.
Yeah.
Okay, Polyev has 31 polls, 31 boxes left to make up 1,700 votes.
Not impossible.
That's probably why they're not calling it yet, but the margin is still going down, so he's making up ground.
Yeah.
Because it was 49.9 before, now it's 49.6. So it's
Yeah, so if he can make up like even what, 60 votes per? He's got like 30 some odd. Yeah, if he can get an advantage of 60 votes per polling area, then
random guy says, I mean, if an insect could live in the cold, it's probably a fucking menace. All the insects hibernate.
yeah, they don't live in the cold. They hibernate. They go to sleep. And then one day when it gets warm enough, they all rise at once.
Yeah, they sleep for 8 months and then they spend the other 4 months terrorizing you. So, look, if your entire existence is terrorizing someone, but you have to take 8 months at a time off, basically like a teacher.
Well, that's the thing. It's like after an 8-month nap, you got the munchies.
Yeah. So you're going to be like, the level of annoyance would be like having 3 little brothers and 2 older sisters all bothering you at the same time.
Plus, they've all got hypodermic needles that are stabbing you.
Yeah. So basically, like downtown East Side Vancouver.
Yeah. Basically, like these aren't just your siblings; they're crackhead siblings. Oh, wait. So Zelensky hibernates? Oh, wait, it's Trudeau. Yeah. Yeah, I know he's been put back underground until, where he'll hibernate for another couple generations until he molts, and then Generation Gamma gets to vote for him.
Yeah. Oh, and Hayden Trudeau is, I mean, there's a small possibility that like his son Hayden is like Kevin Spacey's situation.
Damn.
Because a teenage boy cannot possibly be that feminine without just straight putting on a dress. But he's not trans, but he's such a fucking soy. Like, I never thought I could see that much soy in a 17-year-old, and it's quite concerning. But I know, like, I guarantee you, like, when he becomes an adult, he's going to be into like the sissy boy stuff.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, you know what we're gonna find in like 2 years? We're gonna find his OnlyFans.
Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yeah, guaranteed. Like if he's not gonna be on OnlyFans, then that just means that he's like at a Diddy party. If he hasn't been to one already.
Oh, you don't think someone as rich and powerful as Justin Trudeau doesn't have those kind of parties?
Oh yeah, no, it's just a question of like whether or not his son's the main dish.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of which, do you remember the reputation that Trudeau's mother had?
I mean, aside
Margaret
from the
Trudeau?
not the one. I don't know about the one specifically. I know that she had a reputation for being a flirtatious woman. I'll put it gently.
Oh God, that is so general. I think you might have been one of the people she slept with. There's a reason why we call him Castro's son.
Oh
Not
yeah,
because they look alike, but because
not just
Trudeau,
because they look alike.
yeah, Margaret Trudeau fucked every guy on the East Coast up and down.
That's what happened during summer vacation. Yeah, she heard that they were going to take. She heard that they were supposed to take a train to the East Coast, and she mistook that for take a train at the East Coast.
It's a crime that there's only 11 people watching our greatest hits.
Well, I mean, honestly, this many viewers is actually pretty good for me, so I'm pretty happy. I mean, heck, it's a freaking 5-hour stream, and we've still got 11 people watching us at 2 in the fucking morning on a weeknight. They were doing pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. We're just waiting for some of these last ridings to get counted.
Yeah, Kelowna is still like 2 nail biter in Kelowna.
Close. Man, can you imagine if you were like one of the people running?
I'm pretty.
Yeah, I've got a war story. Yeah. I've got a bit of a war story here. So, there was an election, general election, in the candidate I was working for. So what happened was I was actually working for the party that he was with, and they assigned me into this guy's riding because they were like, this guy needs help. He's in a dogfight for this riding. And as they're counting the votes, they were separated by 12 votes at the end of the night. In a general elections, you got like thousands, tens of thousands of people voting, and the difference was 12. So they had one box they had to count, and it was the advance vote, and there was 900 and some votes in that box. So whoever won that box was going to win the election. Now, I, as the data guy, had a pretty good idea of how many votes were in that box. Here's how you do it. When your candidate goes knocking on doors, he asks, "Hey, can I count on your support?" And people are like, "Oh yeah, I love you, yeah, you got our vote," or "Fuck off, get out of here." So when when those people vote, because it'll come back on the bubble list that Elections Canada gives. Then it don't tell you how they voted; it just tells you that they voted. So you have to have very good voter ID in order to do this. But I was able to calculate that we had won that box by about 100 vote margin is what I had calculated. But the candidate was pretty. He was all right. He wasn't that nervous that night. He was a pretty experienced politician. He'd done this before. He'd won some. He'd lost some. So he wasn't so bad. His wife, on the other hand, she was a mess. She was a mess all night. And I had to keep telling her, like, no, these are my numbers. These are my numbers. I'm telling you. And she's like, no, my God, we lost. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I cost him the election. He's going to be so mad at me. And turns out, hey, play this on record and put it on a loop. I was right. I was right. When they counted the final box and the advance vote in this election, the advance vote was counted after the main vote. So we didn't know for 3 days until if he had won or not. But when they counted that box, turns out he had won. Turns out I was right. But yeah, like, it's really bad nerves when you're that close and you're just like, oh my God, is there something I could have done, something different I could have done? You know, maybe I did that one interview with the media when I should have been knocking on doors.
That's the thing. Like it's always worse when there's that uncertainty.
Liberals
Like,
lost
could
one.
win. The last one.
Yep.
Oh yeah, down to 166.
Conestoga.
Oh, okay.
Kitchener-Conestoga went back blue. So that one's been going back and forth all night. They're separated by 145 votes with 2 boxes left to report. Anyways, you were going on?
No, it's always worse when it's just on that like edge of uncertainty. It's like once you know.
The edging is the worst.
Yes.
Oh man, we're getting to the time of the night where everything's just like, I'm turning into like Glenn Quagmire.
Yeah, everything's a sex joke. Everything. It's like the Rule 34 shopping cart.
And it just Kitchener went back red. That one's one more box was counted. Oh wow, that vote swung by 500. So it's a 271 lead for the Liberals. It's going to come down to this last box.
Someone else is going to be fucking clenching their asshole right about now.
Okay, 1 box left in Nipissing, but that's a pretty decent margin apart.
Yeah, 14 boxes left in Richmond East Stevenson.
26 left in Carleton. The gap has not. Oh no, that one hasn't moved at all. Still 1 box left in Miramichi.
Surrey's still got like 60 boxes to go. That could go either way.
Well, there's 1 box left to count, and the we haven't looked at Terra Nova in quite a while. The Liberals are ahead by 46 votes.
Kelowna is 66 votes difference, 2 boxes left.
Oh boy. 1 box left in Terra Nova, and 42 is the difference. That 46. Oh man, I didn't think Terra Nova had a chance of coming back, but it might.
Yeah, there's
anything else here's been called.
There's about half dozen guys all shitting themselves right about now.
Yeah, losing Peter Julian's going to be huge for the NDP. That was their like second in command, and then Charlie Angus retired this election too. That would have been third in command. Like, so they don't have anyone left. Because all the people who in these 4 ridings that have already been elected, they're newbies for the most part. Like, I know Lori is an incumbent, but she's not she hasn't been with the party very long.
So
I doubt she'd have the right stuff to be a leader. Heather McPherson, she wins because it's Edmonton Strathcona, and not because she's a good candidate or a strong candidate. I don't know who Gord Johns is. I've never heard of him. That's Courtney. Vancouver East, Jenny Kwan, I think is... No, those are both incumbents. Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davis. I've heard of Don Davis's name before, but I don't know anything about him. He's not a well-known person. And then Winnipeg Center, Leah Gazin. I'm gonna look her up. I think I've heard her name before. Nope. Leah Gazin. I mean, the word Gaza is literally in her name.
So she's Jewish.
Well, she's pretty new too. Okay, that's where I heard the name from. Her parents were big players in the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, which was the founding party before the NDP became the NDP.
So she's a legacy.
Yeah, she's got family. Just like anyone named Broadbent, they're like family of the NDP. Same with Notley. Premier Rachel Notley was the daughter of I forget his first name, but her father, Notley Sr., was a very well-known force in NDP politics. I forget his name, but
Albert?
Yeah.
Albert came to mind for some reason. Hey, Garrett Grant, welcome. We're down to the nail biter here, because...
How did we got more people watching now than before?
I don't know.
Hey, guys. Make sure you show your appreciation for our hard work here, covering something that doesn't matter to literally everyone, by going to streamlabs.com/graywalker4/tip. But just the tip.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Cardi's the one who's going to give you the shaft at this rate.
Back up to 167 still. Not a whole lot to look forward to here. But hey, if you're a storm chaser in the United States, you might have a good day tomorrow. I hear there's a pretty big storm sizing up the Midwest.
Could it head north and, just spread around a little bit?
Just hit Ottawa?
Well, I wouldn't mind if it took out Toronto on the way.
Yeah. I don't know. It might improve it. Might clean it up a little.
Remember, I went to a convention down in Toronto, and there was some American talking about how clean they thought Toronto was, and I'm looking around thinking where the fuck do you come from, New York?
Yeah, probably. Maybe New Delhi.
Well, no, they were definitely an American. But and this was
what's an American now?
Well, this was pre LA becoming the poop capital, so I assumed it was New York. Because I have yet to see any feature of New York animated that doesn't have a shit ton of garbage blowing around.
Oddly specific, but yeah.
I don't know. Whenever I think of New York, I mostly think of whenever it's been animated. Did you ever see Shaolin Showdown?
No.
No. A cartoon about a bunch of monks that had fights over ancient artifacts and shit. Anyway, there's one episode.
I don't know why explaining it to me would make me more likely to have seen it.
I'm just, fair enough. Anyway, there's one bit. There's
Must
one
be
bit.
2 in the morning.
Anyway, there's one bit where they go to New York to have their adventure, and just the difference in detail on the environment animation. Like the other places felt like fairly generic settings, but New York felt like, nah, this is a place that these people have actually been.
Apparently, random guys watch Shaolin.
Shaolin Showdown. There's no G at the end of it.
I don't think there's a. Are you sure that's how you spell it? Normally, when you say Zhao, that's like a ZH or something.
Yeah, I would. No, actually,
It's
start.
like
Yeah,
Asian.
it started with an X. Although now I think that one is actually. God, now I gotta look it up. It's like a fucking Berenstain Bears situation. Yeah, no, it did start with an X. Yeah, Shaolin Showdown. Yeah, Tentacle Nil's seen it too.
I don't know what a two-ton tunic is. Is that like the Shroud of Turin?
Nah, it's a tunic. It's a tunic that you wear, but when you shout its name, it turns into a solid piece of metal that weighs 2 tons and is basically unbreakable armor, but you can't really move in it.
So, like the average American woman.
Yeah, but you get to wear her as a coat.
So, like the average American woman.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, they opened up 2 more boxes in Pierre's writing, and he got no closer to Bruce. So, they might have to call that one pretty soon.
I think it'd be rather funny if they played like that Legend of Zelda jingle every time you open the box. Do 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 do.
Well, might make the
Surrey. Okay, Surrey Centre's been called for the Liberals.
Okay. Yeah, that was a pretty decent lead.
Still
Well,
53 polls, but
154 for the Liberals, 137 for the Conservatives. So there's not a whole lot left to count.
Oh.
Oh God, that difference in Kelowna.
Still stuck at like 40 some odd. Yeah, still 66 left in Kelowna.
Okay, they haven't called Skeena yet. It's a pretty sizable lead there.
Burnaby Central's got a. There must be some big box. Oh no, it's Jagmeet Singh. They're not going to call that till the last second.
Yeah, they're gonna hold off just because they don't want to be like, oh, he officially lost his. Although he's already resigned.
He's definitely lost. Like he's 100% lost. It's just don't think you're going to get an upset of 1,300 in 3 boxes. It's not impossible, but
that's probably why they haven't called it.
Yeah. Steveston. It's only 12 boxes, 700 to go. Yeah, that could flip. Surrey Newton,
Okay.
little under 1,000.
Go to the left on the map. See Delta.
Oh yeah, Delta. I think Delta they called.
So zoom into Delta. And it's all the way to the left. That's on the,
there
on
it
the
is.
ocean.
Yeah. Jill McKnight.
Okay. See that strip of white land south of the red?
Oh yeah.
That's technically American territory right there. Strip of, yeah, that's the U.S. It's that strip of land is technically American territory.
Huh. Like Washington or something?
Yeah, it's part of Washington State.
Why? Is the 49th parallel thing? Were they like, yeah, we're gonna your island,
'cause-
your peninsula
Yeah.
dips south of the 49th parallel. So yeah, we're going right with the letter of our agreement. It follows the curvature. So yeah, fuck.
Yep. So literally, that's what made them American. Is like, oh, you're under the. But then again, it go across into Vancouver Island, which goes way below the 49th, and that's all Canada.
Fucking politics.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the surveyors were drunk.
Well, I
They got
mean,
attacked by it. They got attacked by an orca, and they were like, "Fuck you, fuck that one part in particular."
it's always funny, like when you read the history of Louis Riel, it always starts out with the surveyors. Like you think it's like some big climactic thing, but it's basically like, hey, what the fuck you doing? Well, we're surveying this. Well, you don't have rights to this. No, we're gonna fuck off then. We're not getting paid enough for this bullshit.
Okay, there is another one of those strip of American land. If you go to the very west side of Ontario, up against the Manitoba border, you'll see another strip of white land right in the middle of the country, or right in the middle of the lake. All the way west to the Manitoba border.
Oh, Manitoba border. Oh, okay, yeah. Wait. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I see it. What the fuck?
Yep, that's also American territory. If you zoom
Hi.
in, you can zoom in. That one I have no clue.
Now, actually, one thing that's really funny, I saw this on old. Way too far. Actually,
Wait.
bouncing all over the place here. Actually, this one little part of Nunavut. I remember seeing on an old map that there was one lake that the territory like just does a jog around and then back up into. Like it's a perfectly straight line, and then it just does this like little jog, encircles the lake, and then goes back up and in, following the original line. Is that it right here?
Is it like, yeah, is that Great Bear Lake?
No, it's a very tiny lake. It's right here. Yeah, this lake right here. You look on the detailed map, like the boundary actually drops down, goes all the way around this lake, goes back up, and then continues on the line.
But it doesn't actually perfectly encircle the lake either. It just
Not on here. It doesn't. On a more detailed map, it does.
Oh, okay.
Well, at least on the more detailed map I saw. An old National Geographic, and it was back when Nunavut was just being established. Are there any parties you guys think would be an improvement? No.
The marijuana party.
Well, maybe. I mean, I would hope that the Conservatives might delay the destruction of everything by a little bit, but that's about it.
I mean, technically, like we could get the warband together, invade Canada, and take over the Green Party, but I don't think Chronic is anti-Semitic enough to be the head of the Green Party.
No, probably not.
I don't know.
I think it's not more like he's not so much anti-Semitic as he just is like anti-bankster,
well, that's the thing,
anti-banker.
is like it's not enough. I think.
Yeah, no, I think like
compared to your average Green Party supporter, Chronic like loves Israel.
that's the thing. Like we don't. It's the thing. Like, well, yeah, because like to be anti-Semitic, you have to actually hate them. The warband just doesn't give a shit.
So yeah, by comparison, Chronic is like full on simp for Israel.
I mean, yeah, like I don't want to support. I don't want to support you, but I don't want to actively destroy you.
Yeah,
Like, if you compare me to the Palestinians, sure, I'm your best fucking friend.
Yeah, with friends like this, who needs enemies?
Exactly.
I hope someone clips this and sends it to Chronic.
Yeah, it's like, look, guys, like, I don't hate you so much that I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. Like, I have that much compassion for you. Just that's about all I've got for you.
Oh, what the fuck?
And I mean, like, if mine's not enough, maybe I'll just call R. Kelly.
uh,
Well, hey, technical nil, if you're racist towards, you got to be specific about which Indians, because we got to find out whether you belong to the conservatives or the bloc.
yeah, the Bloc Québécois, very racist to the turban.
Whereas if you hate the First Nations, well, chances are there's a conservative riding in northern Alberta might get pretty far.
Yeah, or that Aaron Gunn guy out in what is it? Powell River, North Burnaby Powell River. No, that's not it. Where was Aaron Gunn? North Island Powell River. Yeah, we had a conversation about him in earlier, but he basically like he got in trouble because he said that what the church and the government did to the First Nations was not a genocide.
Oh yeah, that guy. It's like, I mean, and again, like that's.
I mean,
cement.
yeah, we've
Yeah, we beat
litigated that.
Yes. Actually, on the Nate of on the subject of the prairies, have you seen the show Forget About It?
No.
Like Family Guy, but it's a New York mob family goes into witness protection in Saskatchewan.
That sounds boring as fuck.
It got a few laughs out of me.
Well, yeah, because Saskatchewan's easy to shit on, but I mean, Dane Cook got a few laughs out of you. Does that make him a good comedian?
Considering that most comedy doesn't make me laugh, yeah, if you did get a few laughs out of me, I probably would say, "Hey, that's good comedy. He actually got me to laugh."
I don't think I would say that Dane Cook is a good comedian.
Well, I don't know if Dane Cook's ever gotten me to laugh, so I can't say.
Oh, he probably did when you were a teenager. Like that's the thing. He had a little bit of shock humor to him. It's kind of like Anthony Cumia, in a sort of way.
I don't know. I'd look up some Dane Cook audio, but chances are to get copyright strike.
Yeah, he can be pretty litigious. I don't even know if that's true or not. Okay, so they did call Brampton North, so one of the ridings that the Conservatives could have flipped has been taken off the board.
Conservatives they're leading in
they called
8.
Brampton South. No, they called Brampton South 2, so that takes 2 off the board. There's not a whole lot that they can do to flip that 167 and have it come down.
Yeah, no, they need to.
They need to pull off a mirror. I think Pierre's going to lose because the vote share in Carleton went up for the Liberals and they opened up 4 more boxes.
Oh, well, yeah, and they're not going to call that one till the last minute.
Yeah, they're not going to find a box that has like 90% Polyev votes.
Yeah, so, but they're also not going to call it until it's 100% sure because it's the leader, so.
Yeah. God.
So,
Carney and May are the only 2 leaders in Parliament.
Historic indeed.
Like, I guess, yeah, Yves-François Blanchet won his riding, so they're 3 leaders. Yeah. Which one does he run in? Let's see if we can find a block leader. Oh, there he is. Beloy? Chambly? Beloy? It's like just a suburb of Montreal on the south side of the St. Lawrence.
Just trying to run some of the mental numbers here, because basically, if the Conservatives, they need to
They
what,
need to
flip
2 seats. They need to flip 2.
two? Yeah,
Nixon,
you're right.
Jeremy Nixon needs to complete the miracle comeback in.
Yeah. Okay, apparently Carney's giving a victory speech already, so.
Oh no! We already saw that.
I didn't even no we didn't. You specifically said you didn't want to hear him. I didn't know he was giving a victory speech. I think that, okay, seriously, now it will be fucking hilarious. Well, I mean, I guess he won regardless. Even if he doesn't get to, even if he doesn't get to form the government, he still won.
They still have the NDP at 4 elected. They haven't called any of the other. They haven't called Nunavut. They haven't called Winnipeg Center. And they haven't called. Well, Kingsway makes sense because that one's close. Although not as close. A little bit of a margin opened up there.
What was that place that we want to look at? Like,
oh yeah, Yves Blanchette's. Yeah, you're really close. Just go down a little bit. Find a teal that's further south. Yeah, no, over to the right. I think is. Is it that one? Might have been one of those. Go down a bit to your right. Yeah, around there. It's gonna be where the red meets the teal on the south side of Montreal Island, or I guess the southeast side of Montreal Island. God damn it!
back Montreal Island.
No, it's not gonna be on Montreal Island. It's to the south of it, on the suburb side. I don't even know what half of those are. Okay, look.
Blanchette's? Belchamp? Not Belchas.
No, it's not the Quebec City region. Okay, Quebec. It's gonna be. No, not Saguenay. Laurentides? Nope. Oh, maybe it is part of Montreal Island. Or no, it's not Laval. What the hell?
Did he lose too? Oh, Blanchet. Oh yeah, Blanchet. He's in Borel Chamblay.
Yeah, where is that writing? I can't find it in any of the regions. I thought it was part of the Laurentides. Central Northern? Oh, it's the Trois-Rivières region. No, it's not. Trois-Rivières is south towards Ottawa. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Oh, oui, tabarnak. Saguenay region? Can't be. No. Oh shit! It doesn't even it doesn't come up in the list.
Oh no, here we are. Yeah, no, Montégré underneath the South Shore. There's a secondary under tab.
God damn it! Fucking faggot. Well, anyway, yeah. So Blanchet won his seat pretty handily.
Would these could flip, but they're not likely to.
Yeah, we're running out of runway here. They absolutely have to flip one. They should flip two in order to stay in the race.
Well, if they want to do anything more than just disagree, they have to flip to like 2.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're just going to be on the sidelines disagreeing for the next 4 years.
Just like the last 4 years.
4 years before that, and the 4 years before that, and the 4 years before that.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Leave it to the Conservatives to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
It was all Trump's fault, don't you know?
Always.
Clearly.
Well, let me put it this way. If I had to choose between getting Pierre Poilievre in, but the exchange would be that Trump would have lost the election, I'm very happy that we don't have the first black woman president south of the border. Black Indian Irish woman or whatever the fuck she is.
Yeah, whatever she is. God damn it, Jeremy Nixon.
I got to put up with 4 years of Carney in exchange for the U.S. getting 4 years of Trump. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, you guys should thank us. If we hadn't made the sacrifice, then you'd have Kamala as your president. Just like say that out loud. Kamala is my president. Kamala is my president. And just realize how lucky you got.
Although you want to know who's even more thankful that Kamala didn't win?
Her husband?
No. Even more. Like, who would want Kamala to lose more than anyone else in the United States?
Yeah, I was gonna say her husband, and she's
Nope, even more than her husband.
Obama?
Nope, more than Obama.
I don't know. I feel like it's an obvious answer. I'm just not thinking of it right now.
Yeah. Hillary.
Oh. Why?
Do you really think that Hillary would want to be known as the one who lost to Trump and Kamala won and became the first female president?
I don't think that matters to her.
I think Hillary.
Busy, I think she's busy killing people.
I think she can be extremely petty and extremely murderous. There's enough room for both. Now, I think Hillary's petty enough that she does not want there to be a female president who isn't her while she still draws breath.
Why? Obama wasn't jealous that Bill Clinton was the first black president.
Well, that's because Obama got to be the first gay president.
With Michael.
Yes.
Well,
and hey, here's a quick question. When Barack and Michelle were in the White House, how many men were there?
There was a full contingent of seamen, that's for sure.
And that's still there was still just one.
Well, they would have had all the seamen there. It doesn't matter how it was provided, but there'd always be a seaman. As much as you could handle. No. CBC's putting up a 1-800 number. How do you feel about tonight's results? Call us.
I mean, what the fuck would I even say? But am I supposed to be
I know what I'd say. Viva Alberta Libre. Viva Alberta Libre.
I don't think that I don't think that the leadership realizes how much that, like, if American troops started coming across the southern border, like, not only would we not fight, not only would a lot of us not fight them, we'd probably offer them some food.
Yeah.
Like, here, have some pancakes, maple syrup. Might even have an egg around here if I dig a bit.
I don't know. Those things are worth gold now.
Yeah.
Never mind the gold. Never mind the golden goose. I just want an egg. It's the same price.
Actually, I'm curious about that. Like, if you weighed an egg, you know what? I'm going to do the math right now. So, quick search. How much does an egg weigh?
I think you have to specify chicken egg.
Chicken egg. Chicken egg weight. Let's say large egg. Okay, let's say average it up to 60 grams. That's a average medium egg. See, how much is 60 grams in gold?
Oh, way more than $6.
$6,226.96 USD.
Yeah.
So eggs aren't quite worth their weight in gold yet.
Well, give it time.
Give it time. Inflation's a bitch. Which I guess, So how many eggs does it take to be worth a gold? So, how much is one egg? Math nerd in me. This is how you know I'm a fucking nerd. Because now my brain goes, okay, now how many eggs does it take to equal one golden egg? How many eggs can you buy for a single golden egg worth $6,227? That'll probably get you, what? 500? No, that might get you like 1,000 eggs, give or take. Like 1,000 cartons of eggs. That's $6 a carton. Surrey Newton's probably not going to flip.
No, I think we're basically at our end here.
Yeah, we're probably.
These last holdouts for the counter, it's going to take a long time.
Yeah, and like I don't
We won't
think
see the
that
results within the hour.
like Kelowna's last box is basically the only one that could really make a difference because there's like the gap. Although the gap did get a little bit wider, it could theoretically flip 170 difference, but
so I think I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're good to play the outro music. At this point, we've been at this for almost 6 hours, so well, thanks for coming on and sticking out with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll hang out for a second after the call. I want to show you something, but
sounds good. Yeah, I'll play the outro music, guys. So thank you everybody for stopping by and following through on the Canadian election. Looks like we're getting another 4 years of the Liberal Party, so we'd appreciate the odd prayer. Until then, peace out, Warband.
See you guys.